Alright, Alex. That's good. How you all going today? Okay. Okay, there's a lot more differences there than I thought. Alright. Yeah. Just in the process of trying to install the dimmer recovery for Shatter's Chaos Sphere. I might actually document this if it works. I mean, if it doesn't work, I've always got a backup every time it saves, so... Of course. Alright, let's just try this elsewhere, in case it is like an arc thing. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Nice. Cool. It's unbelievably overpowered. But, shockingly, this really is, or was, how it played, how it behaved. In a lot of builds, actually. But in terms of those that were playable to the public, just the TGSR6 demo. Or Micromania Game Share demo, if you want to include that. But I mean, really, that's just a TGSR6 clone in all fairness. But yeah, if you look at the trailer clips, you really do see Shadow behaving like this as well, so it's like, damn, they had this for the longest time. Oh god, wait. Does that... Oh, whoa. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm not used to this. See... Oh, wow, yeah, okay, so that really stalls, huh. So can I do it? Yo, I can do it out of that state. Let's freaking go. That's even more faithful than I thought. I thought it was just the upward recovery. Okay, nice. Yeah, damn, that is overpowered. Yeah, bummer. Bummer I can't get the jump dash gravity, because, that's really the only thing, the only reason I'd want to implement it. And currently it's the only thing that's preventing this from being, as faithful to an actual, E3 equivalent of Shatter. But yeah, if I recall correctly, you could also enter the jump dash when you enter an air state. But I think this patch should give some leads on how to get it. I gotta remember too, I am using the P25 attributes, which is why I can spear so fast out of it. Yeah, it's like I actually would be open to merge this, but as long as it caps out at a value, so like for example, the first 3 Chaos Spears go up, but then the rest go down, just like the final. And I even tried to get this for Pure 6, where if you would charge it and hold it down till it's completely maxed out, then it would recover upward. But if you just tap it, you'd go down. Because, there's a cap, you only get 3 spears until you just can no longer do it, so it wouldn't be overpowered in that respect. And yeah, I'm still open to that idea of somehow merging it, and doing it in such a fashion where it's not considered overpowered. So. Yeah, courtesy of Chara. This, yeah, I've wanted to get this for a while, and it's been on my mind merging it with Project D3, at least on the retail side, because currently, to get access to like a menu that boots into Sonic or Silver's stages with the demo, I am using it to boot into the TGSR6 menu, and because of which there's also a slot for Shatter. And even though he's not really the focus, I thought I might as well include some kind of a mock-up, almost like a what if Shatter got a stage at E3. Yeah, this is overpowered. Because, I mean, for the longest time, it's just been basing this off of the Xbox Live Arcade demo mod, which is overpowered, but and I guess in all fairness, it's not that different to this, since the well, at the time it didn't have the jump dash gravity, but it was still very busted. I couldn't even lock onto rails. If I try to go from like a spear to a jump dash. It's really combining those two together that makes it so overpowered. But, yeah, that ain't really an issue. I guess this is even more appropriate, the fact that I'm booting into TGSR6 Shatter for the Kingdom Valley, because, yeah, this is really where this state change would have been played to the public. I'm still shocked about the ability of doing it entering an air state, because I thought this would have only affected it if you just jumped and did it. But it's like, no, you can You can do it out of an air state, just like the demo's take on it. So yeah, it really is now just the jump dash gravity and or the multiple, what do you call it? Or just the accessibility of being able to jump dash out of an air state, as well as continuously being able to use a jump dash. I guess restoring 6. It's basically going into the heart of the game's code in the XEX, and or at least this is what I do. I just swap around certain values and see what works, what doesn't, as well as where I'm affecting the game, and or even other results. You know, like for example, this. Do I still have nothing? Yeah. That's Oh, okay, no, that's the spear. I was gonna say there was one I recently saved that disables the little mini cutscene when you switch characters, where the camera's a little close when you switch over. Yeah, it just disables that, so that no longer happens. A minor patch might be big to many out there, but what I took away from it was, hey, this could maybe give us a lead on trying to restore a patch that I'd like to get restored, where I posted the video recently, where in the demo, if you would switch characters and then die as the character you're switched to, it would behave like a save point. So instead of respawning you as the previous character to the save point, it would just respawn you to when you switched characters. So what may seem like a minor patch with disabling a character switch cutscene may be a lead on how to get the equivalent of, as mentioned, the demo save point behavior with the character switching. That's what I mean. It's amazing just how one patch that might seem, you know, okay, that's all nice, but how it can lead to other findings. In the same way that, you know, because it happened only a couple of months ago with the demo menu. You know, I was trying to find a way to boot into the TGS06 menu in the demo, in the Xbox Live Arcade demo. I did find a code that had an interesting result in terms of loading a different... Or it didn't load a thing, is the point. So it seemed like it was booting from the title screen into a different loading screen. Potentially, maybe the TGS06 Shadow or Silver equivalent, because it was still saying Kingdom Valley for the loading. And I decided to share the findings in case anybody wanted to look into it and maybe could get further than where I got. And instead, yeah, we got the main menu equivalent in the demo's take, so yeah, I guess we got bigger. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's one person's findings that could be for something small, could maybe lead to something bigger. So it really just depends on the result and thinking how that could maybe affect other states or menus or whatever. But yeah, now that that is installed, I will... Well, actually, why was that not... Because I tried to boot it and it didn't boot for some reason. Yeah, because now that we know that the XCX hasn't got an issue, we now know that the issue is to do with the ARC files. So, what's the kid? What am I missing? So we got caching event. Game human object. Particle plow. Particle plow. Script. Stage, system, text. I mean, that seems to be all fine there. So unless it's... Actually, what's up with game? I don't know. I guess it kind of varies. I'm gonna do that. And let's see what we have here. I mean, it's only, you know, one, but still, it makes the difference. Nope. I mean, I did save, so there's no reason for it not to work. But the fact that it's, yeah, not even working here for any other XCX tells me that it is an ARC thing. Well, what have I been doing then? I'm just trying to remember if I've been modifying anything and I forgot, and maybe I removed something or just moved. Enemy event. Yeah, actually, let's go back here. So enemy and event. Yep. Particle. Beams. Blaze. And the characters are all going to be there. Shadow Silver Sonic. Towns. Radar map sprite. Ah! There's the issue. I think. Yeah, there's the issue. We don't have a sprite. And I have, yeah, okay. And yeah, I should have figured because I have actually been doing some sprite modding due to a recent discovery. But that's fine, we'll just do a wee bit of this. And this should hopefully work now. Whew.
Sega.
It feels like you are supposed to respond as yeah, it does feel like that. That's the main reason I want to at least restore that as a patch, and that's what I mean with something as small as removing the little camera cutscene when you switch characters. Yeah, while that might be small to many, it could be a lead on how to get this demo behavior restored. So yeah, hopefully I can get into that and get it restored. Unless someone beats me to it. Now what am I doing? Shadow. Yep. But yeah, I've wanted to encourage that idea of having Amigo switching behave like the equivalent of a save point in Pure 6, but the opportunity hasn't really presented itself thus far. But I think once we get into the beta testing of Silver, I'll see if I can find a way to request it or whatever. There we go. Damn, did I nerf Shadow? Feels a bit more... Oh no. I mean, spear delay wise, yeah, no, that's about the retail speed. But I do remember nerfing the air movement. And yeah, that does seem a bit too fast for right now. I mean, it was faster in E3, at least for Sonic. Which is the main reason why I was thinking of affecting shadows, but that's just a bit too fast, I think. Also, rings. See, even this, with the whole spear out of an air state, that could be a lead on how to get the jump dash out of an air state. Hopefully, anyway. So we are kind of getting there in terms of like, yeah, patches wise, like in a what if scenario where TGSR6 and E3 patches were merged together, this kind of is, it's taking shape now. Just need the gravity as mentioned. The ability to do a jump dash out of a jump dash, as well as entering a jump dash out of an air state. And I think that would be pretty damn close. Because we've already got the spam attack, which I believe was not in TGSR6, but again, if we are taking into consideration the E3 patches as well, merged with this, then yeah, it would behave something somewhat like this. And for the fun of it, I did actually include the nerfed blast radius, because why not? I mean, that may be inaccurate, but meh. Still gotta update the text there. It's definitely a lot better. I mean, heck, I didn't even have a good goal pers or camera for the longest time here. But for right now, there are some item capsules that could be a bit different in height. Rank-wise, I think I've given that a decent amount of score. In terms of, like, yeah, the right score you need for the S rank. Because I wanted that to be, like, a real difficult challenge to get the S rank. Now, I forget, did I attempt to merge the updated text? Yeah, I did, okay. So I was trying to remember if that was the demo or if that was this. I mean, the main reason I haven't been able to get to it is because it needs updates majorly. In fact, I mean, damn, scaling-wise, yeah, sure, it needs an update. But, yeah, damn, I found bloody more text that, for some reason, I didn't know it existed. I thought I covered all the text for Sonic's Kingdom Valley, but instead of being like, what, 3 or 4, there's like 5 or 6, so, yeah, for this one specifically. 1, 2, 3. Never mind. So about 5 then, yeah. Okay. But still, it's like, yeah, 2 extra dialogue messages that I completely missed. Although, to be fair, pretty much all footage of that specific hint is very... I mean, the editing is like right around that part, so it's really hard to get a good visual for starters on what the text is saying specifically. But more importantly, it cuts away from any of the later dialogue toward the end. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to update that and get it even more accurate. But in terms of placement, actually there is something I need to update. I don't even know how this happened or how I missed it, but there's 2 springs here for some reason that I, should attend to. I mean, that just goes to show how little I take that route. But, yeah, I forget what I was trying to do with that, but, yeah. Yeah. I'm confident it can be restored. Just hopefully I'm right about the lead of, yeah, the switching cutscene being tied to the demo behavior. So I think currently this is actually more accurate than the demo mod. Because the demo version of Project D3 doesn't actually have this particle that we're seeing right now with the like surrounding puddle kind of particle. Because it has that as well as like the beach footprints, which does look a bit out of place, but it's accurate to the E3 demo, so... But yeah, those two were present in the demo, and currently are not present in the demo side of Project D3, so meh. Okay, so while I'm here, before I jump over to Pier 6, I would like to open a sprite mod, mainly as a reminder, because I would like to do some attempts to, I guess, shrink the numbers, because there's something that I want to test out. Where did I put it there? I keep forgetting. You know, like, actually, where did I put it? I think currently I do have it here. But I could have sworn I had, like, some other file or something. It's like a quick test. See if I was happy with it. Answers that question. And I think that answers that question. Cool. And that was this one, wasn't it? Because we've got a sprite set up anyway. I think I've actually still got this open, but still would be good to refresh it anyways. Yeah. So zoom display. Okay, yeah, that's my backup. So alright, that's fine. Which means EU. Yeah, I thought so. I do have it open. Cool. So keep that open because I would like to jump into some more edits. Because in the same way that the review version's menu has the text a lot closer, I'd like to see if I can achieve something like that with the spacing, with the numbers. Because it should definitely be possible. But let's see. Meanwhile, let's see how we're going here. PO6 side of things. Because I can actually showcase it now. It's freaking... Oof. The vibes, the feels... I'm not used to it. It's hard to believe, but, you know, as of today, my, review is a year old already.
I'll show you my real power.
Damn. I think, from memory, this isn't even fully working. Like, I don't think... Like, some of these stages aren't even selectable, I think. Or maybe they don't load? We'll see, either way. That's fine. But is there a way to keep track of my progress? Because as of this build, I don't have... Okay, I've got gold medals, I guess, so that's nice. But yeah, we don't have the stats screen.
I'll show you my real
Which was a very last minute change, so Okay, there we go. I can't jump into aquatic base. I can't jump into wave ocean. I can jump into dusty desert. Ew.
I'll take him down, no matter what he does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised in a lot of ways that it even made it. You know, that's like one of the few things that really could have been cut, and it would have made no difference. Yeah, sure, at the end of the day, level 3, if it were cut and level 3 did nothing, that would be, well, what the heck. But it really wouldn't be that different from Sonic's gauge in terms of it just not working properly or as intended, so, I mean, I'm glad we got it, because obviously, you know, the mods fix it up and make it better than ever, but, God, these controls are different, what the heck? Wow, you really nerfed it. A lot more than I remember. Eesh. Okay. So, as I did with the previous Gear 6 stream, where I, like, when Demo 3 went out, oh god, yeah, wow, this is really bouncing. Yeah, just like with the previous PS6 stream, I'll go through all the beta builds to S rank, everything that I didn't. Wow, this really changed, didn't it? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I don't remember it being as bad. And again, I didn't really play too much of the vehicles. I was waiting for the feedback to sink in and for the nerfs to, well, nerf. Yeah, this is like actually worse than the original. I mean, come on, it's the first beta, so
Looks like this big statue is getting pretty
that's
finished.
not much. Okay. I think the one thing that scares me right now is the fact that there's no health UI. Like, yeah, that scares me to thinking that there is, but because I can't see it, I can't tell when and if I'm gonna get close to a death. The longer this takes, the more it's gonna increase the chances of a death. Okay. So I think, yeah, this is back during the times where we couldn't even skip some of the gates. I mean, that may have changed going into the final, but in the later builds I do remember being able to skip one. Or just in general, it would show the next gate, so you wouldn't have to wait for the next one to rise. You could actually see two ahead, or one ahead, I should say.
Let's go.
Oh, that's right. And yeah, they yeah, the lighting here. I actually do prefer. Well, maybe not here specifically in the cave, but when you get into this, looks a bit more like the final. Not final piercing, but like the original. It still has a greenish turn, but it's a bit more retail-esque, I guess, in terms of the coloring and the lighting. I actually like that too. Yeah, well. Sure. But it's definitely a lot better than what it is here, because again, this is a beta. But yeah, I know what you mean. Still think it's so sick that Omega's unused hovering animation got used. Like, I've been trying to find a way to get that used in the final for the longest time, but still haven't found a way to get new animation slots. It should definitely be possible given stuff like Mark Speed Sonic's victory loop animation slot being restored. But, I mean, really there's heaps of animation slots that could be implemented from, like, the herming recovery going into the full loop animation to the animation or mega hovering. I mean, heck, you could even, I mean, if we can get more custom animations implemented and working, more specifically with loop animations, yeah, heck, I could see the Pier 6 animation for Silver. Yeah, I can see that being implemented. I don't really know if they were planning on Silver having a different animation for when you get to like top speed, because it just recycles the same animation, the same jogging animation for your top speed running animation. So yeah, I'm not really sure on that, because I mean, it doesn't seem like that's the case, but I just find it odd that he's like the only real character that behaves that way. Okay, there was no counter yet. Okay. So, yeah, I tend to forget, like, how much changed with just states going into other states, you know, it's, yeah. I did point out quite a lot, like, even with this, try you first, and you. Like, who would think of this, really, of waiting for this, what was he called, Titan monster? I can't remember the name. But waiting for him to chuck the big lava rock kind of thing. I don't know if he's going to do it. There we go. And then, it's not going to happen here, but then you shoot it, and then it blows up before it hits you, assuming your hammer hits it. Like really. But yeah, I remember pointing that out in one of the later builds, and that did change, so it's like... just, you know, basic minor state suggestions, but, you know, they happen. And it's... yeah, just compare that to this, it's like, you can, yeah, it doesn't matter if you're firing. You gotta do SWAT. In all fairness, though, I pointed that out because you can pretty much do the same thing with the blast shot in the final. And because I use this Vulcan mode a lot more, it became more and more apparent that, hey, maybe, you know, this could block the rocks being thrown at you. I did arguably go overboard with the amount of, like, hey, maybe this state could change, or could interrupt this state, or hey, maybe this could do this, or whatever. Anything state-wise. But, I guess obviously agreed with it if you changed it. Yourself. If these stages are set at a different time in the day. To my understanding, they should be. I know at least Waversion is going to get some changes. But look, I've been wanting to see White Acropolis get a change for Sonics for the longest time. Shatters can stay nighttime, but Sonic and Silver specifically should be technically daytime. But that hasn't changed thus far, so
let's move
I don't know. He was open to the idea of having setting change for Shatters Waversion, which was around the same time I pointed out the idea of having setting changes for both Waversion and Shatter, as well as White Acropolis for something Silver, but again, thus far that hasn't happened for White Acropolis. But maybe I'll... oh, sad to that. Yeah, maybe I'll do a reminder in the review. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, back in these builds, there was like so little time where you could use the spear out of certain states. Like I do a recovery. Yeah, I couldn't even do a spear just then. And that would be, I felt like I was just going on a bit too much about when I should be able to do a spear, but yeah, it just, it was awkward, but it definitely is a lot better in its current state. Is this Shadow 4.5 update? Oh god, no. This is a beta build. So I don't even know if you could call it 4.0.
Okay, let's charge ahead.
But yeah, this is the very, very first beta testing build I got access to. Actually, I wonder, does it have like a date? April 2020? Huh? That can't be right. That's more... yeah, that looks a bit more... yeah. January, that sounds about right this year, but April last year, nah. I don't know what's going on with theirs. Oh, never mind, I'm reading that wrong, I'm just stupid. But nah, even then, November though? That don't. I don't remember. Hang on, let me think about this for a second. This was back in the builds when we didn't have Crisis City, so. Okay, yeah, no. If we're talking November. Gotta love the neighbors. Yeah, because I was really hanging out for Crisis City in a beta testing build, and back then, yeah, okay, so November 2020, so almost a year ago. I mean, I'm sure that there were early builds because every time I would download it, the download name would like specify which build number it was. And I would also number each build as you can kind of see there. And it would be listed as the next one. So it implied that there was a build before this that I didn't get access to. Be it for footage or just in general testing, I don't know. But there could have been a build before this that the beta testers didn't get access to. It could have been just a private thing to a friend. But yeah, as far as beta testing goes, this was the first main thing for beta testers to go nuts on. Yes. Oh, I can't spear. I'm not used to that. It's even like the gradient is it's more silver looking or grey looking. This is a bit funky. Yes. You should still be able to do it. I remember seeing footage of that. Recorded from Gus's laptop, going back, I think it was 2017. Yeah, that's been in the works for freaking years, and I've had to keep that secret for that long, and just, you know, shut up about it. But it's amazing, yeah, how much has been there for the longest time. And I mean, that goes for Silver's characters, you know, they're all there in code. Of course, a lot has changed from those days for either Shadow characters or Silver characters, but in the same way that I had to keep secrets on, like, how Shadow, like what surprises were in store for Shadow's gameplay. You know, there are still some that I know about with, you know, certain characters in episode Silver, so, you know, take that as a bit of a teaser, I don't know. But, yeah, I have seen stuff. Again, from those 2017 days. And it's like, again, it's amazing just how much was done back then that only now we're really getting to it. I mean, yeah, back then we were trying to plan ahead in a lot of ways and really just think, okay, well, how's this going to work in terms of demos and releases? Yeah, what do we want to release and what do we want to have developed, even if it goes unused, until the day comes where we want to put out a demo where said character is going to be showcased or playable. And that has kind of changed. Now it's a bit more focused on the now and only the now. But yeah, there is stuff even outside of the episodic releases that I'm aware of that it's like, okay, you know, I look forward to those days. But I'm glad that I've been a part of this project for as long as I have. I mean, it all really just started with just doing a favor for a friend. Because, you know, back then it was really just, it wasn't really its own project back then. It was more of like a Sonic Next mod, you know? I mean, heck, it still used the Sonic Next UI. Damn, I'm not used to this! Okay. Chill. Come on. I'm tempted to just launch it and see where that takes me, but that can make things worse. I could do that, I guess. It's not too bad.
Methodless. Just you wait.
Okay, can you just... Okay, there we go. That was the time. Oh, let's... Actually, what am I fern?
I'm starting to feel his presence. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. I've never made the connection that section 4 is actually part of section 2. I've also never made the connection between section 4 and the end of Shadow Stage. It happens. I mean, for the longest time, I was also like that. Okay. Oh wow, yeah, even the pause has changed a bit. Yeah, that so far is planned for the silver release. Because there was a bit of a phase where Chaos was going to include stuff like the medals, even like the nighttime wave version.
I'm starting to.
But I think he just wanted to save more surprises for the next release. And I mean, you can understand. Not to sound like that's implying that there's going to be less surprises outside of those changes, but I think he really wants to have the same kind of impact with each release. So even if that means saving a surprise from one release and moving it to the next, you know, he's not afraid to do that.
I have to be careful not to get caught up in this scene.
I mean, it's a bold but respectable move.
Omega.
Detected ahead. I will quickly quit. Shadow point here.
There's one build I'm actually really looking forward to back into, but unfortunately, it's going to be one of those builds that's very close to the finals, so I'm going to be going through a lot of builds to get there. It's basically when the shards upgrade was implemented. There was a change there that I actually prefer in the earlier stages over what actually became the final. But more on that later. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. Maybe it's just a me thing. Because I haven't really seen too many people running into this issue that I tend to run into. But going from a blast state into a hover state, it seems to be really inconsistent for me. You know, I'll be working one day, another day, it just won't trigger at all. And it doesn't seem to be ability specific either, so I don't really know what's the deal with that. I pointed that out a few times, but it seemed to just be a me thing. So I gotta remember, because of the quirky physics of vehicles, it is gonna take a bit longer for me to get from section 1 to 2. Because of which, I should probably not take too long in this section. Heck, 35. That's so long. I'm glad it got a bit of a nerf. So I even said, you know, Omega does have a bit of a cucky hitbox in the final, but you know what? That's actually kind of a good thing to many players because it does deal double to even triple damage. So by quote-unquote fixing that, I actually have a feeling that this is going to make it more tedious to players out there, so maybe you could consider doing at the least double damage. Because I did get those vibes that it was just a bit too tedious with enemies with bigger healths, and sure enough, people wanted Omega to be a bit more nerfed, and thankfully, yeah, that did change. Just not from beta testing for release, but well. Just got it eventually. Yeah, actually, let's not take too long here. I want to at least get some score out of the time bonus. I do like this change where, depending on the gauge you have, as one character, it'll store over to the character you switch back to. So Omega right now has a full gauge. Switch back to Shadow. Does it actually affect now? It does affect now. Okay, cool.
Let's move on.
Yeah, and now Shadow has a full gauge. So, it is demo behavior, and it was intended to be a thing, but it didn't make it to the final of the retail code, so... Though I don't think getting the medals does anything at the moment. I think that was one of the main reasons he also wanted to move it to the silver release, where he could actually focus on what getting all the medals would do.
Let's charge ahead. Can't fall off here.
It's not too bad.
I'll defeat the Methodist.
Yeah, that's exactly it. High jump. It's basically just doing X and A at the same time. Square and X for +3.
Perfect.
I don't know, maybe that's a bad thing. I'm getting used to the muscle memory of using speedrunning tricks, but it's weird though, because for the longest time I didn't even know you could do that as characters
I'll
that
show you my
can't
real
use the X
power.
and A method, but rather the B and A method. That was S rank, right? Hang on, let me go back. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So that didn't have a cutscene, did it?
Will throw you high in
Yeah,
the
no,
air.
it didn't. How about that? Which also means that we shouldn't have any key hunting this. So yeah, I should just be able to myself over to Although I'm not sure if I can go over the lasers or if there is invisible terrain. I think I did test this out though.
It looks like you need to take them down.
Huh, I do remember there being collision. Also back in the days when Chaos wanted to bloody have the pink eyelids. So that must have been a later build then. I don't remember it being that far though.
That was pretty good, I guess.
Far into beta testing anyway. Yeah. Which actually is something that the final was going to do. Well, the original was going to do, I should say. Because through modding, yeah, there was a main display found that would have kept track of the metal counts. So, it's saddening how much went unused. It really is. Yeah, your keys
This
at all.
lotus will throw you high in the air.
So I'm trying to remember when that was exactly, but I do remember it was somewhere, from memory anyway, it was like in the middle. So we're talking somewhere in between the 10s to 20s. Could have been earlier. But actually for this, let's go back. Let's go grab the kick. Whoa. What about the back crack line? Ooh, okay, so that was not used at this point. Okay, I don't remember that. I thought that was something from the Vicar, but no. Oh. I actually remember pointing this one out, where the bombs should affect the item boxes, because yeah, at this point they didn't do so. Which thankfully did change.
It looks like you need to take them down.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, honestly, I rarely use the kicks. I think it's because I'm not really used to them fully.
What did you think of my beautiful technique?
Oh, right, Omega, yeah, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, yeah. No Omega. But yeah, that about does it for Shatter. Looks like I didn't even touch Sonic.
Let's get going.
But I don't think anything really
Let's
changed
get
at this
going.
point. This cutscene was like a last minute change from memory. It was like a... Then again, I didn't play Sonic very often, if not at all. But, actually, no, that's... Okay, that's why I have no progress with Sonic, because it wouldn't even let me in. Yeah, that's right, I completely forgot about this. Yeah, he manually disabled all of Sonic's stages, at least for this build, which I'm not sure if that was because he was at one point considering just disabling all of Sonic's and just focusing on a Shadow release only. I don't know. I feel like if that were to be the case, then he would have like grayed out the selection. But yeah, okay, that explains a lot. Again, mainly why I couldn't, why I didn't have any kind of progression. But okay, that's fine. That makes my job that much more easier. I can just move on, right on to the next one. But that won't last long, that's for sure. So, what's the deal here? Just aquatic base? Damn. Yeah, so
Let's
like,
get
not even
going.
any Sonics. But will it let me in? No, I don't think it will. Which again, it's fine. Makes my job easier. Because I think it was from the process of going from build to build till we eventually got all of Shadow stages. Because I think at this point,
I'll
not
show
all
you
of
my
them were
real
done. Or
power.
maybe they were. No. But we do have more. I think we have the stages that weren't selectable before. So what was the other one? Was it Wave? It was Wave. Yeah, it was Wave version. So yeah, we pretty much do have all the stages that were there in the last build, but it wouldn't let you accept it or get into it.
Nicholas, what could he?
You just start in it compared to dropping and to get it. And it's, I think this is inverted to the retail controls. Go this way. Go this way. I don't think there's like a barrier at this point. I don't remember this changing too much gameplay-wise. Although there was something, I can't remember what it was, but I did point out, it wasn't really a nitpick, it was just something that I got my father to test because he likes flying games. And I can't remember what it was he recommended, but I believe whatever that change was did take it into the final. I'll look into that actually. I think this pretty much does look like the final, although he didn't bloody put the moon in. I mean, damn. I mean, I gotta remind myself that, you know, he's not afraid to put in Lamau. So, should probably come as no surprise that, you know, the moon made it here in the final.
Welcome, Omega. It won't take
But yeah,
much
just
for me
to-
to deal with you.
It was fun to
Okay, we'll find
see for
Omega
the
soon.
first time and be like, oh snap. Shut up about something else now. I don't think he has any core physics, although that might have been an options thing. I can't get us out of the spin dash state, which did change because I remember being persistent about that and wanted to chaos boost out of a lot of states. Just to have the ability to do so, it's variety, you know? That's right. Back when he had funky animations. Which actually, there was one for the spear, which I think actually did get fixed. Even though I was not expecting it. Yeah, there you go. I don't know if that happens in the final. I didn't encounter it, so don't know. It could still happen, but this would happen very often in beta testing builds, and it was something that Chaos would consistently be like, look, this isn't going to change, so don't expect this to change. So. I mean, really, animation issues have been a thing pretty much since Demo 1, so you kind of just have to accept that that's probably going to be a thing for a long time, if not forever. So. But if that did change, then great. Hopefully we get more animation changes in the future. I mean, I think my biggest critique of animation is just animation interpolation. You know, the smoothing between one animation and the next. You know, because retail had it, and when you take that away, it just like it's more noticeable with characters like Omega, especially with his hover animation. So you spam that, it's like, damn, you really see the lack of animation interpolation. Okay, there we go, so now I can do a spear and then jump dash out of it, but I think it only happens once. I'll test it again. Yeah, good enough. Jump dash out of it once. At least there. I don't think I could... Could I?
After jumping, you can hover by pressing.
I mean, despite the funky physics, the one thing he really wanted to make sure didn't happen was that you wouldn't die even if it would tip over, because he did not want to breed that flaw of the original, so an understandable choice. Physics! Ah, I'm turning left! What is going on? Come on. Okay, yeah, this is just... Oof. Big oof.
Yes.
Oh, that's right, I completely forgot about that. That's still stored, yep. Yeah. Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. Yeah, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we got like an E3 or a TGS06 equivalent.
Perfect.
I was so tempted to just point out, hey, what if, when you spawn in the second section, instead of having Silver and Shadow follow you, you could have them switchable, so, you know, you walk into them, you switch to them. And then by doing so, if you entered the Kingdom Valley mirror as Silver or Shadow, you would load into their TGS06 equivalent of their Kingdom Valley. Because TGS06 Sonic's Kingdom Valley is virtually identical to the Xbox Live Arcade demo's take on it. So, yeah, by doing this, you'd be able to get not just the Xbox Live Arcade demo, but TGS06 for the rest of the Hedgehogs. I was so tempted to just to throw that out there in case, but I restrained myself because it was something that I wanted to save for both the review as well as the next release. That way it's something that isn't just, oh, whoa, there's, you know, again, it's like saving surprises for certain releases. But yeah, that was on my mind when I first tried it out. I don't know, he might hate it and might not even be interested in it. But yeah, something I'll hopefully remember to include in the review. Actually, is that one? Yeah, that worked. Okay, cool. So... Yeah, okay, it's just the new
I'll show
ones.
you
Alright.
my real power.
Wait, go back. Okay, so I don't have to worry about a quick base. I don't want to do this
I'll show you my
again.
real power.
But I'll do it. I got more consistent, I will say that much. So because I got more consistent, I won't have to worry about doing every build. Yeah, there will come a point where I can just jump from like 10 to 20 or something. 'Cause yeah, I did try to make an effort to be a bit more consistent with my playthroughs. Because I do generally try to do that. I try to make sure every build that I beta test, I want to make sure I get... Hey, this isn't working, isn't it? Once again, I forgot that he disabled stuff that... Yeah, it was like quite literally like a half and half. The stages from that aren't accessible in this build are accessible in the previous build, and the ones that weren't accessible there are accessible here. So, in that respect, I might actually be done. Because Aquatic Base, Dusty Desert is not active, and Wave Ocean. Yeah, I think I have done the two main stages that were new
I'll
to this,
show you my real
build.
power.
Because Flame Core worked in the last one, right? So that should mean it wouldn't work here. If I'm understanding that correctly. So what's stuck in the air when playing as Silver, which I never experienced. How does that happen? You know what? I think I actually did encounter that, but that would have been sometime between Demo 2 and Demo 3, and I only got it once from memory. And I can't remember if I actually reported it. Because usually if I encounter something and I haven't got footage of it, there's like no point in reporting it, because when it comes to Chaos, he really needs to see it to understand what the hell is going on and how to fix it. So if you don't have footage, forget it. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. So yeah, cool, we are done here. Let's move on. Which means this one may be the build where they're all merged. Which also might mean that Sonics could be a thing. Maybe, we'll see. Aha, there it is. Yeet, Demondo. Think of the hovercrafting crazy on the wave version, but Dusty does. It's just. Right, yeah. Yeah, I've never really liked Dusty Desert with the hovercraft. It just didn't go well with the terrain. And I wish in that respect we had an option to choose between using vehicles and not using vehicles. I guess you could say that's the main reason stuff like the buggy in Crescent City was removed. But I didn't mind it before, because it was more of, you know, you really did have that choice, because it wasn't forced upon the player. You could skip it if you wanted to, but now it's just don't have it completely.
I'll show you my real power.
Oh shit, we've got everything. It's not just the previous ones. Everything's in. Okay. Okay. Oh snap! And look at that. Looks like we are done. Like I said, I did get better. Or did I? 18? Why am I remembering that wrong? Ah, Tailsway version. Duh. Yes, okay, well, let's do that then.
Let's get going.
We'll start roll. Yeah, I was gonna say 19, right? Back in these loading days.
Elise is on that battleship? Wait up, we're coming!
So this would be a really good opportunity for me to test out this. Aha. Yeah, I was very confused about this Tails thing where if you held down the button. I don't know why I thought that was a thing forever. Ooh, mission. But yeah, no, that is a new addition because I can't go here, obviously. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that was already a thing. So what about this? Okay, no, I couldn't do it out of that. Yeah, this little tail swipe thing in the air. I remember pointing out, saying, hey, maybe we could do this out of a jump panel state. Which I think was turned down originally, but it did eventually change. Okay, that's working, cool. And then, yeah, there was that phase of the tilting, and I'm eager to go back and test it out. I can't remember when exactly that kicked in, but I mean, heck, it could be the first one. Which actually, now thinking about it, is, you know, again, a year today is when the video went out, and it was pretty much within a day where I got Chaos's response to the video, and he was like, "Alright, you win. I'll put it in." So, yeah, it could very well be a thing from the get-go in terms of the beta testing builds. I feel like I'm doing shit. I feel like I could have destroyed more enemies or got more rings. I could still move rings. Yeah, I pointed this out too. I don't know why this bugged me, but just being able to... Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to just forget that you're holding down and then boom, you can just crash into a collision. Or worse, you know, just miss the jump panel and that could lead to a potential death. Let's try this here. Wow, the air carrier really went further than I thought. I mean, to be fair, when the geometry was added, it might not seem as far, but without it, whew, I mean, in general, that seems a lot further than what we actually got, but might not have changed. Yeah, we're fine. We keep underestimating the power of this technique.
Shoot, I have to let
So
someone
before I
know
end it,
right
let's take
away.
care of it. Hopefully that'll be good.
Sweet!
Ah, yes. Back in the days when we were still using the legit, yeah, the legit sprites from the game, because this result did get replaced with a custom-made logo to remake it.
Well, not
It
bad.
looks pretty good. I mean, it's pretty much the same treatment that was applied to the stage logos. But you can actually see, like, the quality in the original. I don't know why, it's just, yeah, I remember it looking more crisp, but, gotta remind myself, too, that this is, you know, the Unity remake where everything's gonna look a lot more better in comparison to the 2006 sprites, so, If this was released in PS6, it's gonna have a lot of interesting stuff coming up. It should. I've said this a few times, but even before beta testing Shadow, I've always been more hyped to beta test Silver, or just in general be hyped for the release of Silver, because I don't know, I prefer Silver's campaign, I guess, be it gameplay or level design or characters, I don't know, but you could even say that's one of the reasons I decided to jump over to episode Silver for the character swaps instead of Shatter. I mean, in all fairness, I only really did that because you unlock Silver's campaign first, not Shatter's first. Even if, in character select, Shatter's is the first selection next to Sonic. But yeah, that's just me anyway. Wait, so are we done? No. Let's see, what did I get? Go back, go back. Either way, I have to do it again.
Let's get going.
From the look of things. Oh fuck, I was way off. I was gonna say, I did feel like I could have been doing more. Cause like, even 50k ain't gonna cut it. I think it's like 52 or 53.
Wait up! We're coming!
Which is something I don't really have an issue with. It's just... I know that it is like a flaw with the original. Because it's 52 or 53 in story mode, from memory, but in like the characters or stage select from the menu, it's 50k or something along those lines, where it behaves one way in story but behaves another for stage select. So yeah, based on that, I mean, I can understand wanting to implement a more higher and more difficult score value. But it almost just feels like a typo, because based on the fact that it was inconsistent from story to stage select. I mean, if it was going to be different, I mean, why not just balance it out to 55 or 56 or 60? You know, just really, because that way you could almost have you could have all the difficulties going up. So, like for example, normal is 50k. Hard is 75k instead of 50k, and for the extras it's 60k. I mean, really, whichever works, right? Still want this dummy ring thrower to change in the future, in terms of being able to rotate during the state, because as usual it's a bit of a minor nitpick, but in the original you could actually rotate, and as impossible as it may seem, there is quite a benefit to changing it to behave that way where you can rotate, because the thing is, when you trigger it, you know, for like, oh, there you go, we have the metal counter. It's a bit broken because you only see it when I unpause, but there it is. But yeah, if you look very carefully before I throw it, for a quick amount of time, it's quick, but you know, for a period of time, he hasn't thrown it when you trigger it. So in that time, you can rotate Tails to, you know, really prepare him for where you want to throw it. So I do use this method a lot in the original. I mean, heck, you can even do it with the Sky Gem. Actually, yeah, it's probably a better example where I use it more.
Shoot, I have to let
That's better. That's better. As well. And this bonus, we got the perfect. Yeah, no, that should be good. Okay. Yeah. From what I've seen, you won't be disappointed
I did it,
with
son.
Amy. There we go. Might as well grab the rainbow gem while I'm at it. It is bad, yeah. Yeah, I think that the thing with the ball puzzle is you were actually intended to pick it up with your psychokinesis. I mean, Christ, there's even a hint that suggests it, so
Let's get going.
it's already going to be a lot more simple if Chaos does take this on board. I'll be a bit surprised if he doesn't, but at the same time, it will be making it absurdly easy doing it this way. But I guess it's either going to be super easy or not at all. I've often wondered, well, if you could have it so you could pick it up, maybe for every second that you have it held with your
We don't have
psychokinesis,
time. Let's get to at least
the
right
counter goes down. Yeah, with each second. So that way you can get some quick movement and more basic and simple movement, but yeah, with each second it is going to take away from the counter. So that way it's not too overpowered in terms of getting through the puzzle, taking away that challenging aspect to it, better or worse. Yeah, it's something I have wondered for some time now, but yeah, whether that's actually going to change and behave that way, or if he's going to consider what the original was going to do, I'm not sure. But I'd like to think that he would be. Just before you remove the dash buttons. Oh, damn, son. I don't even have the rest of the gems. None. That's not like me. Is there a fly stage in this? Like a moon jump, do you mean? And this shouldn't stall yet from
Leave it
memory,
to
yeah.
me.
Because that was a later change that I was like, hey, please change this. I like the shield to stall and the character switch. Because I mean, it makes sense, right? You know, with the gauge storing over, you might as well have stuff like the shield also taken this way. It's gonna be fun to point out. There was this issue, which I don't know why it took me so long to point it out, because I've had an issue with this since Stimmer 2. But teledashing into the wall and then trying to levitate out of it. Like even now, I'm trying to levitate and he will not do it. I don't know what it is, he just does not like trying to levitate when directly hugging the wall. I finally pointed it out when I did, and it did change. But yeah, I don't know why, I guess it's so easy to forget. It's especially how little silver is used in the release or build. Yeah, no, even this. I wanted this for the longest time, his ground pound affecting the item boxes. Yeah, I really wanted that. Again, since Demo 2. Actually, no, what am I saying? Not even Demo 2, Demo 1, because, yeah, no, Kingdom Valley builds. And it did take a while, but eventually we did get it, and oh man, it's just so much better. I mean, it's bonus that it also affects the switches as well, although for the longest time that also wasn't the case.
Man, the staircase is damaged. Now I'll have to use my power. Hey, not bad.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I like that.
Gonna crash.
I mean, there's a lot that could be done. Just, yeah, again, hopefully he'll be interested in taking on board the idea of what the original was intending to do. But yeah, it really is just, it's little things like those that just, little questions here and there of, ooh, what's gonna change with this? Is anything gonna change with this? How's this character gonna interact with this section or this puzzle or whatever? Stuff that, yeah, has been on my mind for the longest time, and I think it's for those reasons why I've just been in general more pumped to playtest a silver release or silver build. But yeah, hopefully it won't be long. Cause yeah, but based on what like when Demo 3 went out, it wasn't that long. Although actually no, I'm basing that off of the review, in all fairness. Actually, I don't remember now when the hell did it drop. It's like June or July.
Gotta be careful not to fall off here.
Either way, it wasn't that long. I just hope that I'll be able to get the review out before major builds start dropping, because that's really when things become awkward for me, because I just, obviously I'm going to do the beta testing, but it's just I have to dedicate days of play testing for it, which does take away days of getting any video editing done from the review, or audio editing, as the case may be. And one thing I have, I mean, to be expected, but one thing I've noticed with each release is that, yeah, it really is starting to get longer to finish beta testing because of the amount of content. Yeah, now it's really started to get to the point now where I have to do it in 2 playthroughs. And that's just, you know, 2 campaigns, now approaching Silvers. Wow. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to get it all done in one, but man, that's, I don't know. Curious to see how long it would roughly take, even for one that's gonna spin on for it. I might point out something with the E3 camera changes in the review, because again, as always, it's a bit of a nitpick, but I do think the camera could be a bit better. I think it's triggering just a little too late if we're going for accuracy. There we go. Except I just realized I didn't even get the fucking Rainbow Gem. What the hell's wrong with me? Oh, I gotta do that all over again because I'm stupid. Eesh. S-rank mentality.
We don't have time.
Yeah, I
Let's
love
get to it least right away.
Actually, that's weird. How's that work? I thought I needed all the gems to get the Ranger gem. I guess it's just the S ranks. Huh. Hmm. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Sometimes I still can't believe that bloody
Let's try going
Chaos
up.
did actually manage to pull out a Project TGS during the development midway of Shadow's release. Like, I know that at that point there wasn't really a whole lot going on with beta testers. I was like the only one who was mainly sending truckloads of feedback, for better or worse. But
Leave it to me.
in terms of feedback, I mean, I don't know. I'm only basing this off of what I was seeing in the server in terms of its activity. But and I mean, it's not to sound like it was not understandable. It's perfectly understandable with the amount of builds that were dropping. Because for the first time ever, Pure 6 has gone from having 5 to 10 builds to 25 beta testing builds. It's like, what? And again, stuff like that that really just it makes me nervous to think, oh man, am I going to be able to get this review done before we start getting hectic amounts of silver beta testing builds? I mean, I'm mad. I always find a way to manage, but
Man, the
it's
staircase is damaged. Now I'll have to use my power.
like now is the time for me to really go nuts on the video, which is actually the main reason why I'm taking a break, because I have been going full throttle on the video editing and audio editing. I've pretty much put everything else on pause.
Uh-oh, gonna crash.
The TGS explanation video, yeah, put that on pause for the time being. Because I just want to get the review done and out, because I don't want that to turn into another Demo 1 review where I end up releasing that review when Demo 3's out, or in my case, when bloody episode release boss attack or something like that is out, you know.
Careful not to fall off here. Whoa! No!
I totally forget if I can, forget if I can, quit in a little fine or if it won't save. Because I know that there was a bit of a phase where that wouldn't, it just, yeah, it wouldn't save. It was a bit confusing when that would change and when it wouldn't. But yeah, I'll complete it just to be safe.
That's a lot of enemies. Sonic, you say something new. You go after these. Silver, it's all yours.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I do think the ball puzzle in the original is very misunderstood. Like, fucking hell. The amount of people that just tap the action button instead of holding it down to get an understanding of the difference in power level with when you're charging it and when you're not charging it. It's so easily misunderstood. And I never had an issue on my first playthrough going through that section. And, you know, even now, there will be the occasional time where I could actually get it first try, even after, like, not playing it for a long time. I don't know, take that as muscle memory if you will. But,
Just ate it.
yeah, I mean, if he is going to implement the ability of being able to grab it, I hope it doesn't replace being able to pimp slap it. I don't think it will, but it really depends like how he's going to approach it. You know, if he's even going to consider it for starters, and if he is, how that's going to, if that's going to balance with the pimp slap.
Let's get going.
I think I'm done, right? Yeah, 19, yep. Yep. But I don't have the gems. Although I really can't be stuffed going
Let's get
after them, in all
going.
honesty. I mean, damn, I literally have to get to the end of Aquatic Base just to get the blue gem. Which actually, I do have, never mind, I do have that. Red gem, that's a flame core, I think. Purple gem, radical train, sky gem. What's the sky gem again? Yellow gem's Crisis City. White Acropolis is the sky
I
gem.
better get going soon.
I could do it, but fuck it. Because I mean, really, I'm only here right now to just S-rank what I didn't. I mean, this is probably already going to be a long enough thing as it is. If you heard of the interview with Izuka that they are thinking of remastering older titles if Sonic Colors Ultimate had a positive score. No, I have not. That's... they're still doing that, and I don't like that they are still doing that. That is... Oh, yeah. People wonder why we haven't gotten an Adventure 3. Because that's literally the same mentality. Oh yeah, if 06 does really well, we'll have Adventure 3. Oh no, 06 didn't do well. People aren't liking open world games anymore. Guess we've got to ditch that and open a new formula. Scrap Sonic Adventure 3, turn it into World Adventure. Oh well. I mean, really, that is the same mentality. And it's sad because it's like you can't base a game that you're working on what you're gonna do next, if especially when the gameplay formula is so different, as well as how rushed it is and unfinished it is. Because I mean, the results speak for itself. It almost feels like they're hiding behind, or not being able to admit when they made a rushed game, and instead of owning that, they'll go, oh well, no, people just didn't like that style of gameplay, so we're gonna change it. We're gonna do something different. We can't go forward without plans. It's like, oh man, with that mentality, we'll probably never get an 06 remaster. An official one at that. Yeah, that's just depressing. Unleashed in Generations Ultimate, not even gonna make it anymore. I mean, the thought of that potentially being in the works for that to just, yeah, get completely shut down. That's sad. Oh wow, I really didn't do much here. What about... Okay, I didn't even touch Sonic's. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. Okay. Alright, I guess I might as well do it now.
Let's get going.
Yeah, it is. It
I've
is.
got to hurry and save Elise.
Because, yeah, with that logic, of course, after Unleashed, it had drastic changes afterward, being more kiddie or less dark with each game after. Yeah, they really have a way with criticism when you're dealing with it. It's a shame. I mean, even then, they're just make good games and then they want criticism.
If I do a homing attack on that robot, I'll be able to reach the other side.
I keep forgetting that I don't have the gems. What am I doing? Can I get back? Let's try to get back. No, probably won't work. I think there's a bit of automation here. Oh, and invisible collision. I forgot about that. Never mind. Let's go back. Yeah, but now this is working with the metal thing, so that's nice. It's got a bit of an animation going on.
Elise.
It doesn't bug out now, where if I get out of the pause, then it appears. It's cool that it's dependent on the UI as well. So if you've got the E3 main display, it has like an E3 main display for it. Guys with the retune. Oh, you fucking demon. Yeah, I can't see why, but it's just a sticky situation, unfortunately. It's kind of why I've kind of backed away from the Sonic franchise. I'll still be listening in just in case there is a game that does really well, or plays, or looks like an adventure game. But I'm not getting my hopes up anymore.
If I find the one issuing orders and defeat him, I can
See what happens with Sonic Prime. Hopefully that does well, and it should be fine because I had no problems with Broom. I respected the changes they made because it felt earned, you know. It didn't feel out of place because it was trying to merge the old elements with the new. It felt like it was trying to completely be different. Like even with the area that they were in.
Go ahead and push the casement so he doesn't get out.
So yeah, it should be fine.
Okay, Sonic, I'll be
I mean, either way, I am hyped for it. Not really sure what's going on with the voices there, because, like, I don't know what's going on with, like, Roger, if he's still voicing Sonic, or if he came back just to voice Sonic again for a game or two. Like, I don't even know if he did he do any new lines for Colors Ultimate, or did they just recycle everything like a remastered for Ultimate?
Darn, we're not gonna
So
make
not
it.
really.
Let's speed up.
I haven't looked too much into what exactly changed with. Like, I know that it's got glitches and all, but I don't know how much is new to the edition.
Yahoo!
I know that there's new music, but that's about it. Oh, good. Glad you think so. So I did. Thankfully, I didn't. I didn't over ask it. It was just a one-off thing that did pique interest, I guess. But I can't remember how it happened actually. But I think, what was it? Something with the keys, or he was trying to get more accurate lighting with one of the sections in Kingdom Valley, or something along those lines, with making something look more faithful, more accurate to one of the demos or one of the builds. And was like, yeah, man, this is looking great. Hopefully you can, you know, do the same thing with the hint rings and the rings, because I remember there was a time where you did actually try to remake those shaders, and it was a lot of time and effort put into it, and it didn't really go anywhere. But hopefully that doesn't get abandoned, because I felt like you were onto something, and knowing how successful your results have been recently, I do feel like you could actually do it. And yeah, from that, I can't remember what it was, if it was the hint ring or if it was the rings. But he did one first. I think he did the rings first, because I remember seeing a lot of screenshots where he was comparing the trailer footage of the rings in Kingdom Valley there to his rings with his lighting recreations. And really just comparing the coloring and the lighting of the rings to his, and trying to mimic that. Yeah, actually, I think it was the rings. It started with the rings, and then I was like, yeah, you know, this is freaking amazing, but I really hope that you don't abandon the hint rings as well, because, I mean, it's one thing to have it, you know, just look like that as always, but to also give it that animation, that kind of glow that the E3 demo had as well. I mean, damn, that, I know that's asking a lot, but if it can be achieved, I know that you're the one that's going to do it. And it took about a couple builds or 3, but we did get there eventually, and very, very thankful for that. But yeah, that would have been in later builds and getting close to. Well, I shouldn't say getting close to the final, but I think it was like in the early 20s, late teens. But yeah, well, if we get up to, if we get to test build like 19, for example, or around that area, where we start seeing the changes, yeah, there'll be some stages like Wave Ocean where it kind of doesn't look good, mainly because it just has this kind of like darkish shading to it. I'm trying to find a way to explain this, but like it would look good in some stages, but it wouldn't in others. It would just go a little too dark, and it would look a bit too different to the E3 shading. Which is a shame, because it's like, damn, if only we had the E3 demo, we could actually put that effect in stages like Wave Ocean to see how it actually accurately would have looked and behaved. Because that's not the case currently.
Combine the strength of two with the right
You know,
trick
just have to
and
guess.
use this new power to get
But,
rid of anything that blocks your path.
And because of which, yeah, it was kind of awkward saying, well, you know, I feel that this is a bit, you know, even though we have no way of actually confirming how it would have looked, this looks a bit too, you know, it doesn't even look gold anymore. It looks like it's been burnt or something. It did, though. It really did. Which, yeah, hopefully I'll be able to jump into those builds.
Beat all the enemies to get through here.
No. Go back down. I wanna rebuild that up. Just in case the ring loss is gonna cost me. Go. Cool. That should hopefully be good. Cool. Sure. Yeah, definitely.
I don't believe it.
Seems to be wrong. Oh man, that's like that kind of reminds me of how they how Sony used the EPSXE to make the PlayStation Classic. Oh man, okay. I mean, at the same time, it's not that unbelievable because they kind of did something not really the same, but they, you know, in 06 they did record certain in-game cutscenes that were in-game on the PC version, but yeah, they just record it and then turn that into a video file for the hardware. So that way the hardware wouldn't suffer for slowdown. An understandable decision, but at the same time, it's no longer in-game and, well, never will be unless we get a build that contains that raw data, which, let's be real, it's going to be super unlikely. Which really sucks, but, you know. It's because of reasons like those that it's going to be unlikely that PS6 is ever going to be getting a cutscene like, for example, when Sonic and Tails meet up with Knuckles, because that is, well, that was an in-game cutscene, but they decided to record it on the PC build, and now it's a video file, because of which we don't have access to the raw files. So, yeah, chances of seeing that with PS6 graphics, unless Chaos is willing to animate everything, that's not going to happen. It's not going to be seen. Which is sad to think about, but you know, it's because of decisions like those, you know?
Let's get going. This is a pretty cold place for a...
Didn't notice anything. Oh, okay, okay. So if he's back, then does that mean he's doing Prime, or does that mean he's doing Rangers, or what? You know, Project 2022 or whatever it is. Was it 23? I can't remember. Yeah, that's the only thing that's really missing in terms of smooth
Press and
transitions.
hold the A button as long as you can.
Which hopefully we will get there eventually. I mean, look, the simple fact of the matter is Sonic Next does have animation smoothing. So, the fact that it exists there means it can definitely exist in Gear 6 eventually. It's just how that needs to be implemented to Gear 6 and what methods need to go about to get it working or whatever. That's a little on the unknown right now, but I have faith. The main thing is it is possible. Oh, that's right. That didn't have the jump on. Yeah, that was a bit of a late change. Which I think, yeah, no, that was also the case with the when he looks back at the snowball, because I remember pointing that out actually. It's like, this is cool. Crisis City is cool where he looks back. But if we could have him do the same thing for the snowball, that'd be, I don't know, really completed, I guess, in some ways.
Jump! Okay, let's head straight to Eggman's base.
Okay.
It looks like the container will explode. I gotta be careful when I do that.
No! No! You fool! Oh, shit. Alright. See if I can build it back up. I've been me a few times. And build it back from the lost section I'm in. I mean, let's be real, I don't really do that much in the previous section. You again? What is this?
I gotta be careful when I break it.
I do feel like in some ways the hitbox may have changed. Jump ball.
Move without being caught by the searchlights. I'll be able to get to
There should be a switch somewhere. Just leave it to me. I think you can stop the searchlights if you hit them with bombs.
Wish there were like a faster way to cancel out of that. Actually, that's a point. Maybe I could address that next time. Because I pointed out, hey, maybe Omega can jump out of his Vulcan state, which did change. So yeah, maybe we could do that here. Maybe we could point out maybe Tails could jump out of this state, just to really get a quick and instant cancel out of button. Cancel out of state. So I mean, yeah, it does feel sometimes I'm just waiting for the animation to end, and I'll accidentally trigger it.
Guided missiles. What's more, they explode on
So
you.
I have to wait
If
for
they
it.
lock onto you, you've gotta shake them.
I'm doing that one. Don't be bullied. Oh, you fucking would, wouldn't you? You fucking would, wouldn't you? Oh!
It looks like that container is exploding. I gotta be careful when I break it. Yeah!
Trying to get it go somewhere.
I can move without being caught by the searchlights.
There should be a switch somewhere.
That never likes me.
Just leave it to me.
Alright, let's pull this right from here.
I think you can stop the searchlights if you hit them with bombs.
I'm actually surprisingly okay with Tails' gauge replenishing when you're in the air, because I'm usually pretty strict when it comes to when the gauge has the ability to
What's more, they explode on you. If they lock
replenish
onto you, you've
when
gotta
it
shake
doesn't.
them.
But yeah, knowing how Tails behaves in the original, knowing he didn't have a gauge meter,
Thanks.
again, knowing how he does actually behave, yeah, I'm surprisingly okay with that.
We're close to Eggman's place.
Oh, what? I thought you could go on that. Oh, you definitely can. Sky Jam all here. So one thing I've noticed that I'm surprised people didn't notice sooner, since nothing really has changed. Is that yeah, more and more people are starting to notice the
It looks like it's
the
equipped with heavy weapons.
hitbox of the rings. Which, I mean, really, that could just be an indication that people are taking more damage in episode Shatter compared to Sonic's episode. Because, yeah, prior to episode Shatter's release, you'd have to take damage to notice the interesting and questionable hitbox of the rings in episode Sonic, but that's just it. I don't think many people took damage in episode Sonic, so... but yeah, I have noticed more and more people are starting to point out the whole thing with the rings, trying to get them back. It's a lot more difficult. But again, it hasn't changed. So I mean, if we're comparing it to the original, yeah, it has changed. But in terms of like the last release, even to Demo 1, yeah, the ring hitbox has always been small. And it's good. I'm glad more and more people are noticing, because it's going to increase the chances of, you know,
That was
a change
incredible.
happening. Yeah, it's amazing though, just what a difference in scale of a hitbox can do, what it can affect. Yeah, yeah. Like I don't. He could do it because he he has animated all the cutscenes, all the in-game cutscenes that are in the stages. And while there isn't a lot, he still has done every one that appears. We've also got to take into consideration that a lot of those are just poses going from one pose to the next pose, or from animation to a different animation. So to accurately recreate a full-length cutscene animation, I mean, let's also not forget, and this is probably the most important thing, every single in-game cutscene, and I mean, I'm not talking about in stages, I'm talking about in extras, the theater room cutscenes, all of those weren't hand animated. It was all motion captured. So I don't care how small the cutscene is, to accurately recreate it. Yeah, no, that's just, again, unless we do get a build that does have the raw files, which is super unlikely, he's either gonna have to reuse or just use the video file that was in the game files, which means we're gonna have to deal with bloody graphic inconsistencies when and if that gets implemented, or he's gonna have to recreate it and the animation's gonna be a little bit noticeably different comparing it. I mean, the cuts and all, with the timing of it all and the audio, that could all be the same, but in terms of the visuals, yeah, sure, it's going to be PS6 graphics, but it just, it won't be the same. I'm sure if he did do it, it would look very close, but at the same time, I'm sure that there would be noticeable changes. It's almost, okay, I think a good example would be if you compare Demo 3's Kingdom Valley cutscene, when Silver steps in, to the same cutscene from the Shadow release. I don't know if anybody really noticed, but that cutscene kind of did change a little bit, with both the camera and even Sonic's posing a little bit. Again, it's very minor, and if you noticed it, cool. But that's my point. It would kind of have that kind of an effect where it's like, okay, something does happen there, and it does, it's there, it's, it's in the game. But if you directly compare it side by side, or if you have a good memory, you might notice that it's going to be a little off, or a little, no, I don't want to say out of place, but it's not going to be one-to-one,
Let's get going.
But it sucks. I really wish we did get access to those files, those raw files, because the really horrible thing is that we even got access to the fucking egg card, as it's called, the iPad thing that Knuckles throws Sonic. That was in the fucking files. It was in the models. We literally have access to that. Something that was, again, from a video file cutscene that once was in-game on the PC version. But we didn't get access to any of the animation data. It's like, no! Why would you leave all, like, the model stuff, but not the animation stuff? Rather have it the other way around. Give us the animation stuff and not the models. Because it's just a model, we could easily recreate that. It's just so unfortunate, but... Because even if we did get access to a review build, the chances of that having the raw... the raw animation files... It's going to be unlikely even then, because the whole intent for making it a video file was so it would behave more like it's supposed to, because they recorded it on the PC version. So, yeah, even on a review build, there's a good chance of not actually getting it. So, either we get a PC version of the game, which that's never gonna happen, as far as I'm aware. Or we do get a review build, but yeah, again, the chances of that, of there being anything there, like we'd be lucky to get like a full uncut Rouge line from her gameplay files. We'd be lucky to get something like that. And even that's pushing it, you know, because back in those builds, all the characters were voiceless, you know. So for the cutscene data, ooh. I mean, never say never, because I mean, who knows, maybe a review build is where they determined, oh, hey, this cutscene really suffers on hardware, maybe we should record it on the PC version, then make that, yeah, a video file, and then put it to hardware, and it'll be fine. I don't know, but, yeah, the chances of getting the raw files, not looking good. But look, in all honesty, for cutscenes like the planes cutscene, that one kind of needs to be reworked in my opinion. There's just a lot of things that are kind of weird and off about it. Just awkward decisions, or not awkward, or just little things that you can easily pick up on if you really look for those details. Like one, I remember seeing from the Angry Video Game review of 6. He pointed out that Elise looks to the left in one shot, but then she's facing to the right in the next shot. It cuts. You know, little things like that. Or even how Elise goes, oh, you're hurt. And Sonic's not even hurt. You know, he's like not even, he doesn't have an injury or anything. Which I actually did start a bit of an edit to try to fix that. But like I said, because I'm going for 40 and with your 6 video, I put literally everything on pulse, so
It's gonna blow! This lamppost. Maybe I can swing off
I guess the memory wasn't there yet. I don't like that last bird. I don't like that position. It's just, I always seem to leave myself open for potential damage. Just a death, I guess, like just a almost
Looks like I
death.
can jump from there.
Because it just, I mean, in all fairness, it was awkward in the original. Even with the lock-on being bigger in the
Tornado's
original.
hurting the car.
But, yeah, I always seem to find myself on that last enemy just not being able to go anywhere. I just can't seem to go back on track. I quite literally have to turn around and jump dash back to safety. Whoa, what am I doing? Yeah, just...
Here comes a
Jeez,
billboard.
what is this bloody ring attack? Yeah, try to lose it. Go swim with the fishies. Okay, low-key, I kind of do wish that the pipes were actually a threat. I like that at the least they are used and they are a visual, but it would be nice to, like, as you jump over the truck, you have to be careful where you land because you don't want to land on the pipes. Because I don't know, I just feel like, oh my god, I got the equivalent of an S rank for very hard. Let's go. But yeah, it just would have been. It would have felt more rewarding when you avoid all those obstacles, because it's just this big final obstacle of this big stage. Because it is arguably the biggest in the game. And I mean, it technically would have been had it had Section D. Eep.
Let's get going.
Yeah, that'd be nice too.
Lava shoots up from that fiery ground.
Yeah, I haven't really pointed that out too often. Thought I'd chuck it in the Demo 3 review just in case it did change or get an option. But yeah, I meant I should probably point that out. The yeah, just having it as an option instead of replacing it for
Be careful not to fall off here.
Because yeah, it would be more ideal to have an option rather it just get completely replaced with one way.
Whoa! Are you all coming out to say hi?
Because yeah, that would be you know, it could really get the best of both worlds with not just the demo behavior or Pure 6's behavior, but even the retail behavior. Because Sonic Next accurately recreated that. So, yeah, you know, that could have been. And it still can be a thing, but yeah, maybe I ought to approach it that way, having it as an option. I really have no idea how long this review is going to go on for, because, I mean, I don't want it to be another over an hour kind of video, but I mean, just based on the fact that there was more content in this release than Demo 3. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm not talking about 3 releases in one video, sure, but like, look, it probably won't be 2 hours, but I wouldn't be too surprised if it goes right now. So I'm already approaching that, and I'm still talking about Sonic, so, but I am trying to, you know, cover everything, because there was a lot that not only I forgot, but I did actually put into the review, but I just didn't talk about it because I wanted to get the review out, because we were approaching shadow beta testing, so yeah, it was in a lot of ways it was almost stuff that you could say was like a reminder to me now for stuff to talk about in this review. Which you can't see. I just put it all in side notes. And I pretty much explained everything I needed there. But I might as well do some actual commentary on it. So I did intend. I mean, all it really was just me talking about the homing smash, the jump balls from Unleashed, and I think it was releasing the grabbed enemies as Silva, I think was the last one. But, all of which are pretty much stuff that I've already pointed out. And just because I haven't really added some like commentary on it is the main reason I do want to at least put some commentary on this next review. Yeah. likely cause some changes, or I don't know. So I've said it before, but yeah, Chaos is
Care of it.
he really wants to see what needs to change to understand what should change.
Pressing and holding the A button.
You know, simply explaining it isn't really, you know, it's not really important. Which is why, yeah, if I explain so much, in so much detail, it can increase the chances of it, you know, being more understood. I think that's the reason that the review was so long, because I really wanted to make sure as much of the stuff that I was pointing out was understood. Oh right, I don't switch to Sonic. I also noticed that the the ground pound didn't affect the item boxes yet.
Thank you, Knuckles.
Another something I pointed out. I was like, yeah, I'd like this to not only affect the item boxes for glide type characters, but also silver, if possible. I'm glad that changed. Look at that, look at that, look at that. I only got 3 back. Yeah, I might have just killed my S rank, hopefully not.
Oh!
Still want the bound to be a bit faster.
Yeah!
I mean, just, I want at bare minimum the retail speed, because even that's arguably slower. I don't know, we're on, yeah, we're fine.
That was
Still.
incredible!
Ah, cool, cool. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember seeing that. I was like, what? That's like the same thing with the whole, hey, remove the bridge, bring back the automated wind sequence. Like, forgive me, but you know, so is the bridge. You know, that's and at least Sonic is running. You know, doing what he should be doing.
Let's get going!
Launching version doesn't do that, and you said you might try to do something with it. Really? Oh, I don't think I saw that one. I mean, I can kind of understand that, because, I mean, you know, it's the final stage, and in the same way Aquatic Base has all the Amigas around, that would have been... Yeah, that could have worked in terms of... I mean, even if you didn't switch to her, and she was, like, there following you. Because I even suggested having, in the first section of Wave Erosion, Rouge gliding alongside Shadow's glider. When she said the line, when this job's over, I want to come back here, because I also asked Chaos to include that line there. And I was thinking, yeah, at the same time, when she says that, maybe there could be like a bit of a quick sequence where the camera maybe pans to her gliding next to Shadow or something. Obviously that didn't happen, but I was thinking in the same way that we get to see a bit of Rouge there, or could have seen Rouge there, maybe we could have gotten something like that for Dusty Desert, but hey, maybe in the next release. Yeah, always next time. But at the least we did get the line, so at least that's something. I forget if there was any unused Rouge lines in Dusty Desert. I'll have to double check. It's funny you should mention that mod. Yeah, I was actually that's one of the things I was like I kind of skimmed over in terms of my video projects, because I started doing a playthrough of that mod pretty much when it dropped, and it's just, oh my god, it's been taking forever. Especially now, putting everything on pause for the PR6 review. But despite that, I decided to open up the project file to see if I could restore some of the files, because I noticed when reopening the video project, it was the audio of my commentary was not in sync, and just it wasn't matching the gameplay. I was like, wait, what the hell? What's going on here? And I thought, oh crap, have I lost what I recorded for this footage? Thankfully, no, this was not the case. I do still have all the audio and video. It was just for some reason it was out of order. So yeah, I've still got a video editor. And I don't even need to do audio editing, because I recorded the audio and video at the same time, obviously, to do the playthrough. And because of which, yeah, I don't have to worry about audio editing. I just have to do the video editing, which will also affect the audio. So yeah, kind of affects both. So in that respect, I can go a little bit faster with doing that. However, because the playthrough went for so goddamn long, I have to edit at least 7 hours worth of footage, which covers just me going through all the unused town missions for Shadow alone. So I finished Sonic's. That went for about 45 minutes. And that's not the playthrough, that's the finished result, the finished video, because I have finished video rates in all of Sonic's. But in terms of the raw Shadow footage, yeah, I was doing it for like 7 hours, so hopefully I can really cut it down. Again, I can't remember with Sonic's how much the raw footage was, but I do remember at the least it was 2 hours, because I remember saying it in the playthrough. But somehow, bare minimum 2 hours, I managed to cut that down to 45 minutes. So if I could do that for that, hopefully I can do something similar, if not more, with the Shadow playthrough. As for Silver, I haven't even recorded that yet, because I wanted to finish Shadow video editing, but then, I had to put stuff on hold, and then, I lost the audio, so I thought. But, yeah, hopefully I will get to that, and I'll be able to get it out. And I would have posted the Sonic video, but I wanted that to be like a weekly thing. Like 1 week I'll do Sonic's thing, and the next week Shadow. But crap. But in order to do a schedule like that, I need to have all the videos pretty much in a ready state, which that's not the case so far. Yeah, hopefully I'll get that sometime this year.
Is Elise on board?
Gee, I hope I didn't lose the rank by losing the rings. Yeah, still spiking it.
I'm almost there. Police, hang on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna quickly write that down. The whole thing with the rings having an option. What is this? Ooh!
That was incredible!
I was waiting for that to drop. Okay, yeah, I'll have to experiment with that one already. In the meantime, yeah, okay, so, yeah, copy that, paste that, yep, and then, we'll edit it in here, wrong one, okay. So, menu controls. So mention ring explosion could have options. Could have multiple options. Okay, cool. As for this, yeah, there was a lot of interesting missions. So some were like flat out pointless, and you can totally understand why they were cut. But like there was one that I recently, like, well, I mean it was today, where I was like going through the audio, where I was reacting to the one where Shatter. NPC about Mephiles, like what he knows about Mephiles, because he works for like the Rimlight company. Yeah, it's freaking, it's upsetting because it's like, holy shit, we have a fucking town mission that actually goes into talks about Mephiles, and the NPC even says, "Oh, I heard there was some activity in the desert. Maybe you should check over there." So it's like, yo, this clearly was going to set up before you would go into the Dusty Desert Mirror. It was almost like what was meant to be before, or even the replacement, the potential replacement for what we actually got. Or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe the Lord Regis one replaced this one. I don't know, but damn. Big damn. Said about the television because I can feel the love something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How about that one with the Sonic team literally giving a message, saying, you know, thank you for like playing our game. Like, huh? Yeah, just yeah, it's sad. It is sad. And I mean, PR6 will, you know, really be the only opportunity aside from mods to bring it back, and I'm sure it will bring it back. Hopefully, it will fully. But no doubt that still will be a long way away. Because I understand that doing NPC stuff and not just town missions, but even the hub worlds, it's, you know, it ain't gonna be pretty. Yeah. Yeah, like it wasn't Chow Garden, but yeah, like pretty much Unleashed. Be curious to see how stuff like that would be tackled. If Chaos would just rip the Chow model from Unleashed. I would like to think that he would, because one thing I hope that he understands is that Unleashed is a game that did recycle Sonic 06 models. So it's not an impossibility that Unleashed does actually use the Chow model that was meant to be used for 06. It actually is a possibility. And I really want to make sure that he understands that when that time comes, when we get to talking about that town mission specifically. Because it would be more ideal to bring back that Chow model more than anything. Yeah, I haven't actually, at least I don't think I've encountered that one. Not yet. I mean, if it's a silver one, then yeah, I definitely haven't. Yeah, like the previous Sonic game. Oh, God. Yeah, so much. Which again, thank God for PR6, because that's really like the only opportunity for the game to, like, you know, to have what it was intended to have. Because, you know, it's all nice having it as a mod and all, but let's be real, people are going to more chance to play the remake over some mods. Well, it's going to get more traffic, I should say. Yeah. It's amazing how much Unleashed recycled from 06. I don't mind that as well. I'm actually, it connects the games that much more in my eyes. Yeah, just because I mean, even like the sound design, you know, how many people, including myself, used to think that the menu sound for when you close out of your the menu where you upgrade your EXP, or you use your EXP to upgrade your stats, you close out of that menu, that sound, or even the jump dash sound. How many people thought that was a, you know, those were like new sounds when they were all from 06, just unused. Well, I say unused, but the menu one was actually used in the E3 demo. So it kind of did get some use in 06 in the form of a demo, but yeah, anyway.
Let's run straight up.
But yeah, like if you go to Empire City, there are Crisis City buildings in what is it? I can't believe I can't remember the name. The bloody the first act, the daytime act. Well, not just buildings, but even like the sphere-like object that is literally one of the objects that Silver gets to pick up or levitate off of. Well, hell, if you want to talk about the hub world of Empire City, they literally reuse the Wave Ocean umbrella models. They do spice up the textures a bit, but you can definitely tell it's the Wave Ocean model. In fact, now that I think about it, I think even Eggman Land used the Radical Train conveyor belt models, because it has. It's not the exact same texture, but it has the same kind of look to it. You know, like I feel like they could have opened up the Radical Train models and slightly, you know, adjusted the textures and rearranged it to be a part of the level design.
Looks like you can jump up and grind there.
Just like surprisingly okay with that. But even, yeah, even sounds that didn't change, you know, you still got the same kind of sound design from this game. You know, you've still got the common jump sound and the common walking footstep sounds. It just has that same kind of feel, you know? Which is a shame that they kind of slowly started to steer away from it. I mean, it's to be expected, I guess, but, you know,
There's a route here.
started adding that kind of whooshing kind of almost, it was almost like a flapping sound. I don't know if it debuted in colors, but I know it definitely did in gens. Definitely appeared in gens.
Nice.
Oh, okay, so that's, yeah, that still happens with the trick messages being in the mission completed screen. So I do remember pointing that out as well, but obviously later on. To think of her unleashed as a sexual man.
I'm so happy.
Damn, missed it by that much. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that if they perfected
Let's get going.
specifically the Mach speed sections, it would play something similar, if not the same, to what we got with the Boost formula. Don't know if that means that the Mach speed Sonic was going to have a Boost, but looking at that with the mindset that Mach speed sections in 06 are like a beta Boost formula, is not that far-fetched. I mean, also gotta remember too that Mach speed Sonic did have a gauge, and on top of all of that, he didn't even use gems in the Mach speed section, so yeah, just saying. And I did point out in the previous review as well that, yeah, Sonic doesn't actually use his gauge. He uses gems to use the gauge, but by using the gauge by itself in the same way that Sonic Unleashed does it, or Silver by himself, or Shadow, you know, just they all use it by themselves, whereas Sonic by himself needs gems to use it. So if you take away the gems and Sonic by himself used the gauge, what would happen? And I don't know, I'd like to think that it's either the Boost or it's the Home Smash. One of the two. With the Boost, it could be anything from like the Blue Gem to the Unleashed Boost. And with the Homing Smash, oh boy. There's a lot more variety with like what it could be, like with the specifics of the flips it's going to use and how overpowered it's going to be. Because I mean, really, comparing the Clear Gem Homing Smash to the Homing Smash we see in the E3 or 5 teaser, likewise the Tech demo, as well as comparing it to the Homing Smash that we never really got to see in the form of all the files, yeah, in the game files that went unused, from like unused particles to unused animations.
Hang on tight.
All those specifics could really have been put to use in the form of Sonic's gauge, outside of using gems. And in some ways, it could even differ from the Clear Gem. I guess in regards to the Boost, you'd probably want it to be more like the Unleashed Boost, so that way it wouldn't just be a Blue Gem clone, right? Put this on charge. Because that just decided to dip on me. use for this? Hmm.
Let's run straight up.
And I mean, like even if it was just a thing where it was only used for Mark Speed Sonic, because when you're Sonic by himself, you've already got gems, so why would you have an extra ability? Yeah, I'd be fine with that. But of course, you know,
Sonic, looks like you can
I don't
get
expect
that
this to
far.
change, or
When the bud is growing, you may
it's
be
just
able
interesting to
clear.
think about, really. Knowing like, where the Sonic franchise went after 06.
Hang on tight.
Could mean.
I'm going right up the middle.
All but one, huh?
We're getting out of the
Yeah,
game.
Loki. I don't know what it is, but I think Tropical Jungle is, at least for me, the most difficult stage in Hero 6. I always seem to struggle getting S ranks for this. I mean, Tails Wave Rush isn't that far off, but from all my beta testing, I always seem to come back to this the most. I think for Shatter, it's a mix between Wave Ocean or Dusty Desert. I'd say probably more so Dusty Desert, because it's the last stage and there's a lot more hazards. Wave Ocean, the only real hazard for me was when it would just decide to be cucky. When
Are you all right?
I'd be approaching the hover vehicle. Because so often I would go to do my like combat oriented state on
Looks like you can
one
jump
of the
up
purple titan kind of monsters. And instead of going into the combat oriented state, I would instead go into a homing spam, and because of which, instead of staying where I wanted to stay and deal damage, or give damage, I would shoot past the enemy and go right into the water.
to your left.
Yeah, just... And that would happen pretty damn often as well. It's unfortunate. Don't know if that still happens, but
The enemies.
I think the combat-oriented states have been nerfed a lot. So it's a bit more specific with how and when you enter either the oriented states or the regular kind of homing recovery. Like I know that it's specific to like the enemy health bar. Like if there's an enemy health bar, you do go into the oriented state. But I'm still a bit unsure about that whole concept in general, because I mean, it does still change
I don't believe it.
what it originally was. I feel like it should almost still be a part of it, but it's still it's more up to the player, not what enemy it's based on with the hits to take them down. Like I do get it, of course, but
Let's get going.
I don't know, like, maybe it will grow on me, but it's just, from the course of beta testing, I haven't really been able to, like, I still can't help but want to go back, I feel I'm, like, more able to trust with my decisions in terms of, like, I'm going to decide to do the combat-oriented state for this enemy, or I'm not going to do it for this enemy. Because I don't like when I go to do an oriented state and instead I just shoot past him because I'm doing a homing spam now. And I know that that's been nerfed a lot, but it's just, yeah, that's caught me off guard so many times in the past. I'm going here. Making progress. I think I'll take a break when I finish all Sonics and do some mods.
Let's get going.
Because I still want to... Yeah, I've got to install that new patch that just dropped. Yeah.
Silver, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they did change the formula for the next game. Because I mean, they've kind of any chances of like a Unleashed or Gen's Ultimate, that's kind of gone out the window. And in some ways, it could even be a message saying that, you know, hey, even future games having the boost formula might, in the same way that Earth 6, you know, stopped the adventure games from coming, could be now the case for the boost formula. And if that's the case, then yeah, it could very well be that the next game is going to have a new formula. I'd like to think more of like a returning formula based on... I mean, who knows? I can't really see what they would do next if they were to try to start a new formula.
Yes!
I guess the only thing that comes to mind is trying to make the equivalent of like classic physics, but in a more 3D open space. Which I can't remember the name of the fan game, but there was a fan game that did the equivalent of that. And he did a mighty damn amazing job at it. I genuinely cannot remember the name for it. I feel bad now. To me, or is the camera kind of jumping? It's fine there. It's weird.
Man, the staircase is
Oh boy.
damaged. Now I'll have to use my power. Hey, not bad.
Okay, no, my performance is just buffering. Come on, don't look on me now.
Uh-oh, gonna crash!
It is, yeah. It's kind of surprising because like I genuinely was not expecting anything like that. Even though I kind of showed something sort of like that in the review a year ago. Because if you look back to my Demo 1 review, I pointed out the idea of having the in-game cutscenes merged with the start of the stage. And I mean, and it's not that, but it's not that far off from that at the same time. Because you still do have this Sonic and Silver interaction before gameplay actually kicks in. And it is, you know, before the start. It does merge into the start of gameplay. So, I do wonder if that maybe inspired this choice to add on like this new cinematic. I think the only thing I'm a little unsure about is what's going on with the line usage, because so far Chaos has done a really good job with staying consistent with all the lines that are in the game's files and sticking to only the lines that are in the game files. Of course, for things like input changes, there, you know, he's had to kind of lean into the direction of audio editing to, you know, to cater for, again, those input changes, those types of hints. So it is understandable for that reason. But I'm pretty certain, and correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty certain that the Silver's response, just going, "Alright," I don't recall that being in the files. I'll have to double check in case I'm stupid. But I do not recall that. Like even his like delivery of the line, it feels more toned down compared to his 6 direction.
Silver, it's all yours.
So I mean, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he did grab it from another game. But yeah, it's just interesting. He stayed so consistent for the longest time with yeah, having just the lines from the game's files, but if he really has branched into another game, I'm all for that. I just hope if he is gonna do that, you know, he'll take on board some of the ideas that I've thrown out in the past, because, you know, I've, for the longest time, wanted the transition from Wave Ocean to Dusty Desert to be better, with Tails going, instead of let's head back to the city, my Tornado 1 will get us there in a flash, let's get going. And I've already, you know, shown a bit of a proof of concept of how that looked before even modding became a reality, or turned it into a reality. Because it was literally based off an idea of, hey, what if the glider mechanics could be turned into a tornado-like mechanic? And sure enough, it has been done. Because Chaos has even shown interest in modifying Sonic's story to be a bit more, you know, better. I don't know. Instead of, oh, we failed, guess we ought to retreat for the second time.
Let's get going.
Like, going from Wave Ocean to Dusty Desert just seems to be the more appropriate decision, instead of, oh well, guess we better head back and go after them tomorrow. Like, sure, they don't know that they've got a set amount of time to get her back at that point in the story, but even with that said, it just, oh well, guess we'll go back. Let's head back to the city. No! But yeah, like I said, if he's interested in, you know, poking around and adding new lines, then, you know, that idea is definitely always there.
The battleship will take off any minute. Tails, Knuckles, let's hurry.
I'm sure that, like, at the least, I mean, it's not even, I'm sure, it's like, you know, it's like a given that he more than likely is going to do the, or add the fix with, updating the Book of Darkness to Scepter of Darkness. Like, changes like that, obviously going to be expected. Same with the head for the Wave Ocean, head for Wave Ocean immediately. You know, it's all a given for those kind of designs, but you know what? At the same time, though, I do wonder if he is interested in incorporating the concept of the Book of Darkness, because I'm not really sure if the Book of Darkness was the scepter and it just was going by another name, or if it was this other item. Because something that a lot of people seem to overlook is when Rouge contacts G-Wen in Crisis City, and there's no line said by a GUN agent. You just hear the sound, and then she goes, "Understood, we'll be there in a minute." And then has the knowledge that Sonic and his friends have found something. Like, that seems pretty freaking important to me, guys. You know, you basically got a GUN agent not only telling Team Dark that, hey, you know, Sonic has found something, meaning that they know of what Sonic's up to, but, you know, God knows what else that they could have said, but it could have, you know, maybe been something pointing and asking, hey, could you guys also look for the Book of Darkness? You know, this might be a lead on what Eggman's up to, or so, you know, something along those lines. It's just something that's understandably overlooked, but so easily overlooked at the same time. I don't want to take too long here because I always seem to get like a good hit, and I know I'm thinking I don't want to take too long. I'm generally pretty fast when it comes to getting all this transfer. It's not much of a struggle.
Thank you, Tails. You were a big help.
It's better than what I usually do.
The robots.
Probably better. You're that fast.
That magnet is really strong. If you attack the switch, the magnet will activate.
Whoa! Don't like when he just randomly goes into an air state. It's the one thing I'm just still against when it comes to pure 6 physics. Because I still remember when that used to happen, when I would be going underwater and I'd just try to spin dash spam my way to victory. Version, yeah, just, you know. I don't know if that can even be fixed, really, because, I mean, something would have to change with, like, the downfalls, but that could cause problems for other stages and other abilities or whatever.
Passing area 2. Intruder passing area 2.
No.
Area shutdown system
Okay. See, even that, I'm still not used to with the bound attack. 'Cause you really have to freaking try for the
Take care of the rest.
yeah, you have to try for the bound to make you go high. Yeah, because before it was like just do a quick double bound and then boom, you high enough, already reached your cap height. But now it's like no, bare minimum 3 bounds. Which even then,
Dang, where's the switch to turn off the laser?
ooh, metal. Yeah, I remember pointing this out, and I was like, okay, so it'd be cool if this could affect the switches. And then it did, but then that caused a bug because you need to be touching the switch in order for this camera change to then go to the switch. So because only the bound or the ground pound for Knuckles affected the Switch, and I wasn't touching the Switch because of which, whoops, it caused this kind of soft lock where I still was controlling Knuckles and I had to like manually walk over to the Switch to cause the character switch. Minor bug, but it did eventually get fixed. I mean, that's usually what scares me when it's like when I am, you know, something I point out, pitch is listened to and is considered, and some changes have been made, but then it causes some problems, and I'm like, okay, I found this, yeah, this happens because of this, and then it's like, oh man, is he gonna pull the plug on this? Like, what is it? What's gonna happen now? But, usually it does work out for the most part, hopefully. I am so satisfied with this blue jump. I didn't expect this to behave as close to the bloody demo thing. Because, I mean, that thing is freaking overpowered fast. But yet we still are here with the equivalent of that speed. I don't think it's as fast, but it's like borderline that speed, you know? It's like, damn, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, sure, the more you upgrade it, the more powerful it becomes, but even like level 1, it's like, whoa, this is really growing. But man, that is not very generous with the time bonus. I mean, could have been faster, sure, but damn. I'd like to think that 10 minutes and over, yeah, sure, 0 for the time bonus. To be faithful to the classic splitty order, killing you if you waited for 10 minutes.
Let's get going.
I bet that mic is picking the neighbors up like bloody crazy. Forgive me for the noise.
Elise is on that battleship? Wait up! We're coming!
Now we're going out. Yeah. I think this did change from beta testing to the final, but I know that for the longest time that didn't affect the UI. It didn't make it go away. I think it did change, but I do know that, yeah, for the longest time the UI didn't vanish. I was always wondering why, because I mean it is like an in-game cutscene. One thing I do wonder is if eventually the cutscene locations are going to change, because I mean, if you really think about it, from where Wave Ocean ends for Shadow and Omega, like geometry-wise, it just does not add up at all with where they are in the actual cutscene location. Because to those that don't know, that's actually the Mark Speed section. Yeah, in the cutscene, it's getting close to before the first set of chain jumps. So it's like completely way off. So I really do wonder if Chaos will consider that. Yeah, updating the locations to be where the actual stage ends. I mean, I'm so on the fence with it because it makes sense why it should change, but the thing I like about the original locations is that it's a peek into what R6 used to be in really early stages, because, you know, like even with what's it called? the Nephilis resurrection cutscene. That's probably the best example I can think of, because, I mean, I briefly showed it in the review, but where... like, in the original, like pre-E3 or 5 Kingdom Valley version, the castle where Mephiles is resurrected was a part of the geometry, or the level design of Kingdom Valley. And the seriously ironic thing, like, I don't know, it might be too ironic, but the location of where Shadow's glider ends up at the end of the first section is exactly where the castle was in the original level design. So it is my belief that in those super early versions of the game, where the cutscene locations are is basically where the cutscenes were meant to take place, or where the stage was meant to end, for where the cutscenes take place. So I feel, yeah, by changing that, yeah, sure, it's gonna make the final takes on the stages be a bit more consistent, and you know, it's gonna merge better. But in some ways, it's gonna kind of take away from what originally was going to be. I mean, sure, it's still going to be inconsistent, but I don't know. Trying to find a way to end it in the way it was meant to go. I don't know. Just probably a bit too much work, but it's just, I've always admired how that, like, the original plans, you know, just, and how far it changed. I mean, damn. To think that Shatter ended Way version in Section 2, while Sonic ended it in Section 1. It's like, damn. I mean, heck, you know, you could even say the same for freaking Kingdom Valley. You know, you that location is like an alteration of Section 1 of Kingdom Valley, so it's like, damn, it really was like this one section stage at one point. So, I don't know. It probably is for the best that it would eventually change, but I mean, aside from ditching the original concept of how it was meant to end and where it was meant to end, it also would be taking away from what was in the final, or what was in the original game that did go to retail. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe an option. Maybe it could be made into an option, I don't know. Yeah, see, I'm gonna quickly play a little something that I don't know, might be common knowledge at this point, but it is something that is in the Kingdom Valley lines, or the Kingdom Valley files. And it's always puzzled me how this is or was going to work. Let's see if I can find it.
Oh, what a mistake I've made.
Nope.
Sonic, leave this up to me. You go after Elise.
Nope.
Darn it. I should have realized Eggman's scheme.
Nope.
Sonic, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away.
There it is. So, pretty much script perfect to what Sonic says to Silver. And I've always wondered, like, how does that work? Was he just gonna say the same thing that Sonic says to him, but you know, huh? Like I don't know. Maybe that's leaving some ideas for Chaos to do a similar cutscene, if not the same kind of cutscene, but with Sonic on the sidelines when Silver's Kingdom Valley starts up. Or something. I don't know. I don't know. But I've always found that interesting that they pretty much say the exact same thing. Like, I know it's for perspective, you know, because they all have their own perspective from their own plot, from their own episodes. Yeah, same. Yeah, I did find it a little concerning that, you know, he intends to not take a break at all from the course of this, you know, release 2.6 update to episode Silver. But thus far I haven't seen any real development on Silver, although he has, you know, mentioned it, what he's looked into. And there is some pretty holy shit moments that occurred when I saw what he did. When he perked some of the files of the hub worlds, the hub world, I should say. I don't know. Maybe he's just kind of doing what he did last time, sort of prepping certain things for later releases, just so it's kind of there for when we eventually get there. I don't know. But yeah, hopefully he doesn't overwork it. Yeah. It's why I wish we got more, or just in general, we got anything, you know, a build, or just, I don't know, anything with 06, you know, because we only get mods or remake releases, and, you know, but in terms of, like, what the original did, we don't get anything there, and I just, yeah, gotta be grateful for what we have got, I guess. But it's so shocking how much we still are learning from just the demo build. You know, the publicly available demo. So if we, like, you know, if we were to get the TGS06 demo or the E3 demo, god damn the amount of shit that we could learn from it. I mean, damn. Like, could you imagine, for example, as far-fetched as this is, that, you know, Crisis City Section D, the official geometry, were included in the E3 demos files, just unused. Like, whew. I mean, I'm not expecting that, but it, you know, it's the fact that we don't have it, and a demo of that magnitude and size could, you know, it could have stuff that we don't even know about. One thing I'm pretty confident on is I wouldn't be surprised at all if Shadow had a render in the files of the E3 demo, because, you know, we know that Sonic had a render, and we know that Silver had a render in that demo, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if Shadow not only had a render, but the render was included in the files just unused because Shadow's not used in the demo. Mainly because the poses for all the renders were actually the same poses of the statues at E3 2006. And what do you know? Shadow had a pretty interesting pose. And I mean, if that's true, damn, what else could that build have, you know? Yeah, but see, like, even that there, man, like, I do feel that Silver at one point in time went through section 1 and didn't start where he actually does in the final. Oh god, I'm really dipping now. Yeah, I mean, it just... I would like to think that that would be the case, because I just... Let's say Chaos does go ahead and makes the equivalent of the opening Kingdom Valley in-game cutscene, but for Silver in Silver's Kingdom Valley, and Sonic's alongside Silver, and Silver says the line, and Sonic says alright. On one hand, yeah, sure, it's an amazing visual having that there, but taking into consideration how Sonic's Kingdom Valley progresses, you're basically having the equivalent of Sonic's animation, but for Sonic's second section, but just trimmed down because it's Silver, you know? And because Silver is faster in Fear 6, I mean, I would be open to, you know, have an extra section to go through. I mean, heck, I know not many people will probably agree with this one, but I'd even go as far as to say, yeah, I'm down for having a second section to Silver's Radical Training. And I'm serious, I'd be okay with that. Because it's not like he needs to be chasing a train or anything like that, you know, he can still take his time with it. I shouldn't say take his time with it, you know what I mean, going at his pace. But, well, who knows, even in the same way that, you know, Shadow took a bit of a shortcut. In fact, you know what, that would probably be more ideal, if I'm being honest. If Shadow took the same route Sonic did, and instead of Silver taking Sonic's route, Silver takes Shadow's route, which is a bit more understandable for the shortcut, as well as a bit of an explanation to why someone of his, you know, speed caliber arrived when and where he does so fast. For again, someone with his speed. Unnecessary? Sure. I mean, the same could be even be said about, like, Kingdom Valley, but... we, you know, we are in a state now, I feel, where Silver is generally pretty damn enjoyable to play, you know? He's not a chore, he's not a slow, sluggish character. So much so where if you did give him more to do in his stages, I do feel that people welcome the changes. Also, Rip Pest rank, or Rip Ring Attack, I should say, at the least. Hopefully that was alright enough. It's up to you now, Time Bonus. Yay! Thank God for that.
Great! I did it, Sonic!
Cool. Wait, what? That's it? But I haven't even gone through the bloody... The thingy. The, you know, the shadow stages. I guess it was at that point where it still triggered if you didn't get through all the stages, but the stages from the previous release. Yeah, that's understandable.
Silver, we don't...
Alright, you little pelican cop. Yeah. If you got TGS and E3 tear that door to pieces so we can learn every some crannies of it. Definitely. Yeah, I feel like it's so easy, myself included, for just in general, anyone who looks at the TGS06 demo to underestimate how much it could actually have within it. Because, you know, even if it didn't really have much of anything in it, and it just had the placement and it just had the sections, there would still be benefits, don't get me wrong, because, you know, there are geometry changes there that were cut from the course of that, well, those builds to the final. So there definitely would be some benefit from, you know, getting it, aside from the modding capabilities. But, you know, in the same way we can mod the demo to have the main menu, if we could do the equivalent of that on the TGS06 demo, you know, we have to also remember that the TGS06 demo is capable of playing three different character stages, going into 3 different sections, which is something that the Xbox Live Arcade demo can't do. I mean, depending on the stage, it may just be able to, but you'd be really pushing it. So if we could get it to work in a demo that is more functional to those amounts of sections and stages, or, you know, sections I should say, but, you know, to that magnitude, you know, damn. If we could get the menu to work on that, man. I mean, definitely it would be more ideal to, you know, mod on that over the demo, the Xbox Live Arcade demo. But, you know, our knowledge would expand that much more, I feel, just, you know, because it is a different build. It may just seem like they kind of just brushed off of that to make the, you know, the marketplace demo, but it is still a different build, despite how similar it may look and play. I have hope. I wouldn't be surprised if the E3 demo gets a dump, but TGS06, TGS05, review builds, yeah. I mean, review builds maybe. You know, I could see that, but any of the TGS demos, I like to think. But like even, well, yeah, like anything prior to E3. Be lucky, let's just say, if we very lucky. Like, I'm not really sure what goes into the process of someone trying to get a build and dump the E3 builds, or, you know, any E3 build of any game. I really don't. So I don't know what goes into that process, but if it's a case of, oh, well, you know, it was playable here and then, so I'll pay money to document it and release it when I want. I don't know, that could be one way. I really don't know. I really don't. I do know that the visuals, or the look of some builds could be anything that looks like the Xbox Live Arcade demo to the TGS06 demo, with the retail main display, but, you know, more cramped to the top left. It could look from anything like that to a more. It could even have the E3 main display, or more of like a retail gradient setup. smaller numbers, the ring icon a bit more to the left, you know. You could just have those minor differences, but, you know, still be an earlier version of E3 despite still having that same kind of setup. That's what I mean. It's just, you could have these changes, and it's, you know, that was the UI back then. Makes me wonder if like what the tech demo was doing, if it was using E3, the E3 UI back then, or if it had something else completely. Well, you herp. Yeah, the one thing I've been just kind of trying to stay positive on is, you know, the whole thing with PR6. It's really it's turning what was like a negative reception and reaction to a game into a much more positive kind of reception, and it's so much so that I'd like to think that it could encourage anybody that may have a demo or a build to maybe share it, you know, and allow modders to really exploit it and see just what kind of secrets may be within older versions of 06. Because, you know, there was a time where 06 was kind of going through a phase where it was just kind of getting forgotten, and it was just, oh yeah, 06, that's that game that nobody likes, you know. But now it's really becoming this thing. It's like, oh yeah, that's that one where that guy did that remake, and yeah, everybody is freaking. It's just got this really positive reception, yeah. Someone sold one of the early builds of 06, but the disc was broken, sadly. I heard a rumor that apparently that could have been forged. Don't know how true that is, but I can see why that would be considered, because, I mean, I have tested that build more times than I can count, and I have not found a single difference. And you know me, I'm pretty fucking specific when it comes to details, so if, you know, there's like a digit change to the minute, I'll fucking point that shit out. If there's a particle difference, I'm gonna point that shit out. So yeah, for me to like not notice a single thing, like even like with things like delays, there's like no differences whatsoever. And in all fairness, when the build was dumped, I don't know how the information about this build was known, but apparently the build was made 10 hours before the final build released, or was sent to retail. So yeah, 10 hours. That's not a lot of time. So yeah, it probably should come as no surprise that it has so much of a similarity to the final. And again, we've got to also remind ourselves that only half of it was ripped. Ironically, or perhaps unironically, the most important files of the game's files weren't ripped, and because of which it really prevents us from knowing if there really was any potential changes in, you know, the important side of the files. So
Leave it to me.
take that as you will. But yeah, that is a thing that's kind of started recently, that, well, if there really is no differences, then shit. Could this have been forged? Like, yeah, sure, 10 hours, but I mean, and even with half of the game files, they're still identical. And the code differences in the XEX are so minor that someone could have, you know, made the changes themselves and you know, made it claiming it's a build when it could actually not be the case. And I'm just trying to remember, because there's so many builds when it went into like the review and beta testing stages that it just, you tend to forget like what was used and what wasn't used in all these builds, because you know we have very little footage of review builds. We've got a lot of screenshots of them, but yeah, very little footage of them, if you don't include trailer footage anyway. But yeah, if you look at, like, for example, the video, I know IGN posted it, where it's basically showing the environment. So there's like no UI, it's just raw gameplay with a good old IGN watermark that no one gives a shit about. And it's just raw gameplay. In fact, I don't even think there's any voice lines used. I think, yeah, if you look very carefully there are actually some review build changes there. But perhaps more importantly, there are patch inconsistencies within the footage, which could indicate that they were either switching between two builds between recording, or the patches were inconsistently switching on and off. Because you guys know, I'm a sucker for the rotation interpolation patch. So yeah, if you really know how that looks and watch or rewatch that video, you might be surprised to find that half the footage, you know, there is rotation interpolation, the other half, not so much. Which again, I'm not sure that could either be that, you know, it's either going on and off, or they were just switching between builds. If this were just a one-off from this video, I'd say they probably were switching between builds. However, the infamous Sonic 06 E3 demo I have found does have a bit of a patch inconsistency. And I want to put this comparison together because I know I've definitely seen the footage. I just need to, you know, get the two videos and put them side by side and then post the video, and that'll be that. But I've seen footage of the same E3 demo of Silver grabbing an object, going to levitate, the object gets released. Then on this other playthrough, does the exact same thing, only the object doesn't get released. In other words, the patch was going on and off. And that's what I mean when I say it's really hard to tell if they were just going from a build to a different build, or if perhaps the patches really were going on and off. Like I said, I really do want to get this comparison together because, yeah, it's something that a lot of people aren't really talking about. And I mean, I can understand why, but it's something that I feel I should address to the community. Because if this actually, you know, is a real thing, if the patches did go on and off, I think we really should start to try to look for what else it could be affecting. Because if it does also affect rotation interpolation, what else does it affect? Does it affect the UI? Because, you know, if it does, it could explain why some TGS06 builds have some changes in either the UI or even things like the freaking placement. Who knows? I don't know. There's just so much to take into consideration based on this patch inconsistency. That's why I really should get on top of making the comparison. because the footage where Silver can, you know, levitate with the object still held, it's so... I almost missed it because it was like off screen pretty much. In fact, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna bring it up now because I'd hate to think that I don't have the footage anymore. Because gone back about 2 weeks ago, I decided to grab some E3 footage that I had on the PC and move it over to the iMac where I've got all my E3
That was incredible.
documentation. And I'm not sure if this one video that I grabbed has the patching consistency. I think it does, but I can't be sure. If it is, it would explain a lot. Because I haven't really watched this video too often because I only downloaded it recently. No, that does not appear to be the video. I mean, at the least I do remember where exactly Silver was in the stage where he does it, so that's good. Okay, that's interesting. The video kind of gets cut. Oh god, that's really weird. Because it goes from 23 seconds to 21 seconds. Yeah, that is strange. So it's not that video then. Yeah, I'll have to look more into it. But yeah, I would like to put that comparison together. Yeah, they were very strict. They really didn't want the game to be leaked, even though it did get leaked more than once. Eesh. Stuff that's on the 360 version. Wait, so copying the Xbox Live Arcade files to the PS3 version? I mean, I can't actually do any form of PS3 modding at the moment, unfortunately, because I don't have a modded PS3. I wanted to get one this year, but I should get on top of it sometime December, because I'll have like a full month of free time. Sounds fake to me. See, that's another something too. I gotta grab. Because I've always wanted the manual too. Because I just, something. I think because it's like black and white for any other version of the game. I don't know if I've lost the footage. I hope I haven't. Because I'm pretty... I do make backups of anything I download. And I mean, I haven't... The main thing is I haven't lost any files. It's not like it's not like my hard drive's gone corrupt or anything like that. So if I've downloaded it, I've definitely still got it. Just remembering which freaking video I saw this on. Because, I mean, you know, it might actually already be in the compilation video I put out 2 years ago. Because, again, from memory, it was like almost off camera. But I do know that there was one specifically I wanted to double check, and that was the one where the player stumbles over as Sonic. Okay, here we go. Here's the footage. But the problem with this is that Silver doesn't start where I saw him levitating with the fucking object held, so I don't... Oh. Just jump and levitate, that's all you gotta do. It's amazing how little footage we have of the R1 from the hints. And that's it. Yeah, no, that's not it either. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through all of it. And that's fine. Makes me, it'll allow me to, like, reconfirm if I've missed anything outside of this one specific detail. But at the same time, have I, out of curiosity, missed anything? I think this was the one that I thought it was on, but because this was where it took place, where he levitated with the object held, but you know he doesn't do that there. And when he did it, he kind of turned around here-ish. Then it kind of just, yeah. Got the object physics were over the top. Yeah, I don't know. Got all this Nintendo jank. Unless there was like a small clip of it in something around here. Hey, it's the statues!
Stand auf die Beine gestellt. Hier war der gute alte Sonic wieder mal der Held des Tages.
Okay, I have seen this. I say I see this. I've seen this. No, I'm pretty sure I've already included it in the compilation. Yeah, it's still like the raw kind of gameplay thing. Little interview. Yeah, that's pretty much how it always is. You know, you just gotta look through like all of these E3 coverages, and you gotta hope that you find something new. But there's more cutscenes. So there you go. I mean, cutscenes in a demo are unlikely, but that's where I have hope for maybe some review builds. But I mean, heck, even that's a stretch because, like I said before, the chances of it being on a build that was specifically built for hardware, knowing that the whole point of the cutscenes were, you know, they were in game and, you know, but they were recorded on the PC version was to, you know, remove any slowdown that would have been there on the hardware. So I mean, it's 50-50 if anything. Anyway. Yeah, I ought to double check all the footage when I can.
I'll show you my real power.
So before we get started, I did actually want to, grab the patch. So bear with me, and I will be back in a second. Okay. So, this looks pretty good so far. Not sure if this is going to be already applied to the update. Only one way to find out. So, okay, remember super switch delay. Nope, unless it's higher. Disables super, no. Nope, that does not appear to be present. That's fine. Yeah, alright, well, thankfully it's not, I think I can actually, I don't have to manually go through the manager to install it, so, yeah, we'll, give it a shot. Yeah, I think this. Yeah, it looks like it's got the better setup. This is the much easier method, if it is what I'm thinking. I think that's right. I mean, I'll only have to come back and do it again if it's not what's up. Okie day. Oh, hello. And voila. Okay. Now test this out. Hopefully it's gonna work. So it looks like it skips the animations then. Oh, that's kind of trippy. I'm like so unbelievably not used to that, and it is virtually instantaneous, man. Oh man, all right. I just wish it didn't interrupt the animation though. Yeah, the transformation animation, the introduction. It's like you really get to see like the gradient change if you really spam it to cycle between it all. It's arguably too fast, but you know I'm fine with that, to be honest, because I really don't like when I have one or two rings left and I press it and it's too late because you know it takes about 2 seconds. Well, I guess in that case it's one ring, but still. For right now, because it's a second, yeah. It's just if I still had the 2 second thingy on it, yeah, it would be too late at that point. So yeah, you can actually see Sonic's rings kind of going up. Well, was. If only you could like do the transformation or the switch, I should say, during your attacks. Like now, I can't do it. I have to wait for the animation to finish for it to work. Yeah, and Silver's animation just really lingers on a bit too long. Like it doesn't even go into a looping animation. Boy, this is going to be interesting to see for all the bosses in Pier 6. Oof. I'm gonna have a lot to say, no doubt. I think more specifically in regards to the boss, the character bosses, because there's a lot of stuff there, a lot of stuff that's unused. Yeah, like shocking amounts. Because, I mean, really, it's just... The tricky thing, I guess, is trying to not recreate the original, not recreate the beta, trying to merge both. Well, I guess recreate both. Because I do believe, you know, by doing so, you could really create this boss that is a challenge, does have variety in the attacks, but isn't, you know, stupid, repetitive, and frustrating. Like, I really, I look forward to what could be improved in the silver boss, you know? Just knowing that they planned on having Silver jump on a crate, levitating it, and using it to fucking fling it at you. Like, bruh, are you insane or what? Like, that is... Oof. That could have made the boss 100 times more interesting. And it's just, yeah, it's a real shit that the demo build didn't have that code, because he almost did it, but then he didn't. He didn't throw it. He began to levitate with the object that he was standing on, or, you know, pressing his palm on the crate, began to levitate it, and then he would just start and stop and, you know, keep repeating that, you know. Heck, there was even a state where he was meant to levitate it toward you. Like, what was that about? You know? Like, damn. That didn't go anywhere. And I still don't know how that would have worked. Like, would he have been able to pick up objects whilst levitating and throw it at you whilst levitating, kind of thing? Like, oh man, potential. Oof. I'm really looking forward to that one specifically. I knew it was only a matter of time before the super switching would get removed, since I did manage to remove the super switching alongside the press start delay back in the days when I was doing memory editing. But, you know, it's happened. Although right now I don't really know if I want to continue to have it installed, because it's a bit, yeah, I really wish we still had that transformation animation. I can see why it was removed, because you wouldn't be able to switch immediately, but I'd rather wait for the animation, as well as I'd rather wait for another patch that can interrupt the animation to switch out of that, you know? Oh, that reminds me, I'm still going to point this item box out to Chaos, because he still hasn't made this a bit more like it's on the surface. It's still kind of clipping in. I pointed this out with one of the previous item boxes, but I keep forgetting to point this one specifically out. It's such a minor pick, but, you know, it's a flaw that even retail had, unfortunately. I think I might remove that line. Tails, hurry up. Although it depends, I guess. If I can have... And I know this is something that could have been done for PR6. I mean, it still can, really. Maybe it's something I ought to include in the review. Which actually, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I might as well write it down. Okay. So, mention Wii version Tails hurry up line could trigger depending on where Sonic is on the Orca, not where Tails is. Which I think is a fair critique, because I mean, why should Sonic say that when, if you go as fast as bloody possible compared to taking your time and getting there and he still says it, you know? Because that's basically what it is right now. Whereas what could be is having it so if you really do take your time and Sonic gets pretty close to the point where it's going to register that he's, you know, been flung off, or he's not going to, you know, get flung off the Orca, and that's going to be that. Preparing you for that, he says, you know, Tails, hurry up. You know, and it's more dependent on where Sonic is, not where Tails is. I think that's fair. There was one. Oh yeah, but you know what? I'm used to it, to be honest. It is a drag, but the thing is when I do find something, that's the reward, I guess. Because you know, like I found something, and I mean this kind of hurt me because I've had this footage for fucking like since 2017, and I had it on my my MacBook. And I was just going through it and like, oh, okay, so here's an E3 folder back when I was maybe thinking of putting an E3 folder together or compilation or whatever. And then I came across this thing and I was like, what the fuck is that? Because the sad thing is I do remember seeing it, but I remember also dismissing it as something that I had actually seen, even though it wasn't. Because it's basically the equivalent of the officially released E3 clips, except it's of an earlier build. Sorry, same gameplay, same route, and for that reason, again, you can kind of understand why I mistook it, but I guess now, with a more accurate E3 HUD mod, as well as a more accurate E3 HUD UI for PR6, and knowing a bit more about the specifics of the main display, how it's meant to look, where everything's meant to be, how many number digits the minute's supposed to have, all that jazz, I know when it's, you know, if it looks different, you know, what to look for. It's those kind of specifics that kind of made me go, what the frick? Because, you know, it was the realization that I had this, but only rediscovered it now, and only just now it registered that, oh shit, we've got something different here. But yeah, even footage that I haven't seen, if I can go through a 2-hour video and find something, yeah, that's the reward. Trying, if you do find something new, and I mean that goes for not just E3 footage, but even the TGS footage. Like as far as the tech demo goes, I'm not expecting to ever find new footage of that, because that was only a thing for 3 days, and the playthrough was also consistent. It was only played 3 times by the same player. I think it was either Yuji or what was it? I mean, either way, it was the same player. It wasn't an open demo to the public, So you're only going to have 3 different gameplays or playthroughs of that build. So if some other form of footage did surface, it would be one of those 3 playthroughs. So TGS06 is really, or variants of TGS06 are really where any new potential footage can surface. I mean, there's still hope for more E3 footage, sure, but, with each discovery, less footage is going to be, new, I guess, or found. If that makes sense, I don't know. It's just that there will come a point where, we won't be able to find any more because we have found pretty much everything that can be found. And that's unfortunate to think about, but, I just hope that, I do still have this footage with the levitation thing. So I go through the never made it. Maybe. I mean, the way I see it, that was just... It could have been something as basic and minor as it was the template of the stage. In the same way that the egg gunners, or the robots, were in place of the Iblis monsters. Yeah, that could have been the exact same case for Sonic by himself in Tropical Jungle before eventually being replaced with Sonic with Elise. If not, then it's possible that he was meant to go back to Tropical Jungle to find Eggman during that questionable part of the story where he just kind of vanishes from the plot and Tails decides to take over as ringleader. Despite, Knuckles also being absent when he definitely shouldn't be, unless he tagged along with Sonic to do God knows what. Yeah. I'm very glad about the character gradients for the main display. That's that does mean a lot to me, because this could have been the UI that we received. This could have been, the gradient that we received in the release. Which, it's not saying it's bad, but I am saying that it is inaccurate to the real deal. And, for the longest time, even when the gradient was restored, there was a time where Chaos was like, that looks shit, I'm not doing that for PS6. And I was like, okay, chill. But, I didn't even try after that. I was like, okay, well, obviously he's not interested, so I'll shut up. But, out of nowhere, he bloody put it in, so... And he's done that a few times now, where he'll, like, flat out go, no, I'm definitely never doing that. So, and I don't know, he could be joking, and I'm just trying, I just can't see the joke through the messages because it's social media. I don't know, but he's done that a few times where he just, go, I'm never fucking doing that, so shut the, about that. But then it ends up appearing, and it's like, but what? Where did that come from? So, yeah, and this was one of those times. And I mean, I'm glad it's, you know, it's changed. I'm glad it's more accurate and more faithful. But, I'd like to think, if anything, he's just trying to, you know, not have to worry about more work. And he just wants to dismiss it with, yeah, no, I'm never doing that, so shut up about it. Because, you know, it's easy to forget that, you know, this is all done by him. You know, he's just one guy. And he's out of the love and respect for, you know, his love for 06. And as a hobby for game developing, he's doing this all out of his free time, you know? So, for not just me, for so many to be like, oh yeah, you should also add this, and oh, you should change this, and you know, oh, we found this, so you have to consider this. I can't understand. Yeah, I can't understand in terms of like, yeah, just going, no, get that out of your head. I must admit, for this release, I think I don't think I've ever been as feedback-like. I can't think of a term or a word. But I've never given as much feedback as I did with this release, with every single beta testing build. I mean, I always try to help out as much as I can, and there will be times where I feel bad because I don't feel like I'm doing enough. I feel like I could be doing more, and that's really where the side of me comes out, where I just go all at it with the feedback and just really try to, you know, get as much ideas out there. And I did intimidate him. Yeah, there was a point where I, you know, did go a bit too far with the amount of stuff I was pointing out. I mean, I'm not just talking about nitpicky things. I mean, just even in general, like bugs. It was like shocking how much there was. But the thing I think that was so frustrating was the fact that I was like the only one that was really getting it. It was starting to get to him, and I can understand. It's for something that is in bug-like territory to only occur to me and not to any other beta tester. That would be concerning. So. Yeah, I don't blame him at all. But let's test this out really quickly. I want to try this out because this is something I actually wanted to be able to do as a kid. The very first time I played Shadow's White Acropolis, and I don't know, it might not be here because I did pitch this a little late. I say late, but it was. It was in the early to late stages. It was like in the mid-sections, so... It would have been kind of around this time. Where everything's in a build. But yeah, I always wanted to be able to end the stage by destroying the searchlights, but just by destroying the glass, because I was so used to doing that from multiplayer that was my natural instinct on how to destroy it. So it became so unclear to me for the longest time that you needed to get in the vehicle and destroy it that way. Of course, it made sense when I did learn of that, but for the longest time I was like, really there? Why can't you just do it? Because you are still destroying it by taking out the light, because it stops moving, completely destroys the purpose of it being as such light. So why not have that register if you do that for all of them? And yeah, that did actually change. I'm not sure if that's gonna apply here, because I can't remember when exactly I pointed it out, but see now. Yep, yeah, nope, there we go. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad I pointed that out. I didn't think that would change, but that's what I mean. It's sometimes I just gotta go for it and chuck it out there. If it gets turned down, fair enough. But if it doesn't, there you go. Because for me, I never know when something's gonna get turned down or implemented. And I've said it in the past, that's why I feel bad when I hesitate to pitch something. Because it's like I'm on this scale and I'm trying to balance myself with trying not to go overboard with the feedback and the pitches and all that, but at the same time trying not to give so little to the point that nothing changes, because that's exactly what happened from the course of release 2 to the in the beta testing from that to 2.5. I did actually decide to not do any beta testing, because mainly because I had a week off. I wanted to spend time with my family. So yeah, I did intend to do beta testing, but I wanted to take my time, and I was fully aware that the update could very well have gone out, and sure enough, it did go out during the week break that I was on. And like I said, yep, sure enough, it did. But yeah, that was a build that I did not do any form of beta testing for, and I think someone even said that there was like a particle glitch for supersonic. So I don't know. Again, it's really like I go through this phase, or this like scale of trying to balance myself with what I point out and how much I point out, because even stuff that he is looking for, as I said, it can get to him after a while, where it's like, how come this is only happening for you and not anybody else? And again, it's understandable. And I don't know, maybe it's for the best for that reason, to why he's getting an extra beta tester on board. Because it does feel a bit intimidating, not just for him, but also for me. Because I don't mean to come off like an asshole just pitching stuff and giving feedback left and right every single build, to the point that it's affecting him. But yeah, damn, I don't know. Just like I said, if him getting more people on board is gonna help, then do it, I guess. I know. For the longest time, he's tried to keep his team small, and really just have anyone who's on board be friends only, or people that he's like really known for a long time. But yeah, I don't know. That might change. I mean, I know a lot of people have said, hey man, you probably should change this because, you know, it would just speed things up with beta testing and just finding bugs and whatever. Go chaos boost. I forget if that could be if that changed or if that got fixed. I think it did, but that was a thing for a really long time. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it that way. Could be. Yeah, maybe he was just waiting for it to be restored in gameplay to get a more accurate look on it, and only then, you know, would he actually do it. Because, you know, admittedly, yeah, sure, prior to that, it was only restored by viewing it behind a black background, and, you know, reminder, the UI is transparent, so, yeah. Yeah, you can't stomp. And that's what I mean. I really went a bit, perhaps, you know, arguably overboard with the amount of stuff I pointed out, based on just stuff like that. Being all, hey, could you make the stomp activate switches? Because, you know, not just me, but I'm sure many people would like that. The thing that really hurt me was when I would have to bring it up again because I wasn't sure if he saw it but didn't want to do it, or if he didn't see it and just I have to remind him, or, you know, I just, yeah, it's awkward because it's like, because then there will be the times where he has seen something and I bring it up again and he's like, no, don't ask me about that again. I'm just like, oh, okay, whoa. It's like, again, I'm trying to, like, balance, like, on the scale. Yeah, it's just... Which is why I've gotten better at this with time, thankfully. I've learned to kind of... If I want to bring up something again, I won't do it immediately in the next build. I'll do it the next 2 or 3 builds to really let the time pass. In case he actually did forget or what. And that's why you'll probably see, yeah, with each, like, build, you know, a lot of times I have pointed out things like, hey, can glide characters and Silver's, you know, ground pound or stomp trigger switches, why that, you know, was such like a slow and gradual process of eventually getting that in the final. And not just for that, but for many other state changes. Or even like that, as mentioned, one with the Silver's ground pound affecting the item boxes. Like, goddamn, I wanted that for how long? Ever since number 1 or 2? Sheesh. And I pointed that out a few times. Although I don't actually recall him ever turning it down. Maybe it was just never got around to it till now. Yeah, see, that's something that changed too, because I remember that was one of the few things that I didn't point out. Someone else pointed it out, I can't remember who, but yeah, just going, hey, look, this is kind of weird, you know, getting shot at in the results. Could you maybe despawn the enemies? And I'm pretty sure, yeah, that did change. It's like, again, it's amazing just how much... Yeah, you just tend to forget these things. You kind of just accept it and move on. So actually, what, let's... Oh shit, I gotta do that again. So... Six, okay. I do hope I'm a bit more consistent with my S ranks in later builds. Like I know I do get better, but again, there's like pretty much like 25 builds. Like worst case scenario, half of them are gonna be needed to be S-ranked. But you know what, even then though, it's not like I have to do everything. Like this one so far has been the worst, since I had to do literally everything with Sonic. But at least not everything with Shadow. But in some ways you can kind of get an understanding for like the amount of times, roughly, this had to be played. Because I'd play it at least 2 times for each build. I mean, it really would depend on when the build would drop as well, and how long we'd have access to that build for. Because sometimes it would be like borderline like a month before we'd get another one. And because of which, it was like, alright, well, since it's been a while, maybe I ought to just refresh my memory with what's good with the current build. See if I could find something that, you know, perhaps hasn't been found. I still can't believe that Chaos actually put an option for being able to disable these cutscenes. Like, that is such a respectful move. He's basically giving you the option to disable work and animation and time of animating that he's done by himself. Yeah, giving you an option to disable all that. Skip it all. Like, damn. Like, seriously, big respect levels right there. Actually, I'm going to Chaos Boost this because that's really going to boost the score. I don't want to risk the chance of getting another A rank. Damn, I really wish we got the bloody TGS06 recovery. I can't stress that enough, and I'll bloody make my point on that when I go into the review. Like, I'm not expecting it, but, you know, because, yeah, I can understand why it hasn't, you know, appeared here, but, I just hope, you know, like I've said in the past with the whole thing with Chaos being very... He has to really see it to understand what you mean with whatever it is you're talking about. I'm hoping in that way my review will really show another light on it, or another path, I don't know, on how this could potentially work. Because I do think that, you know, knowing that there is a limit, you know, you've only got 3 Chaos Spears before you can no longer use them. Just, you know, just with that basic knowledge already, it's like, well, even if you didn't charge it and you just tapped it and you went up, you would still only have 3, and, I mean, already that's not that overpowered. High, sure, but it's not overpowered because it's not infinite, you know? But even more than that, if you have it so you do have to charge it to go high, and if you tap it, you get the retail effect, I mean, damn, then that's like, well, you have to actually put in time, meaning it's useless to speedrunners, in order to get a bit of height, which even then, do that 3 times and then you're out. So, I just, yeah, And I have to remind myself too that when I pitch a lot of these things, I'm not talking to them, you know. I'm basically just sending a message, you know, a text message, you know. I'm not commentating it to them, you know. So I don't know if I have a better way of explaining things with commentary, or maybe it's more so just putting some like video over the commentary that really just... Oh, fuck me again. No! That's on me though, because I like totally didn't use Chaos Burst. Or Chaos Blast, I should say. Like triggered it, but literally did nothing with it. Those enemies kind of... Yeah, there was some that kind of just yeeted out of existence. Interesting. See, I wish I could like upgrade the level during the oriented state. I don't know if that changed because I don't recall ever pointing that out. Oh yeah, also there was that animation thing that wasn't implemented for a long time. I freaked out the first time I saw Shadow getting sucked into the warp hole. I was like, whoa. You know, like, damn, nobody requested that. That was just out of nowhere. It's like, huh? And it's just, it's so natural, even though it's, I mean, to me anyway, I haven't seen anything like that. Actually, no, what am I saying? I have. But not, like, I can't imagine Chaos looking at Sonic Rivals footage and seeing Shadow getting sucked into the warp hole in that final zone stage act thing, and going, yeah, I should do that for warp holes in White Acropolis. Maybe that was the case, I don't know. But that just, to me, came out of nowhere, and I'm so glad that it's a thing, because it just looks, and even the sound design sounds so polished. You know, like, damn. It's even that. I can't trigger the boost out of a jump panel here, but you can now. It's like, again, so much state info I provided. I must say, this kind of did feel like another Demo 1 beta testing session. The difference is that this time I actually had a gaming PC to, really test the whole thing out on, because back during the Demo 1 times I didn't have a gaming PC, so I only really got to test it out on my iMac. Which, yeah, it's not really saying much. I couldn't really do much of anything on that. I would give feedback, but, that wouldn't do or mean anything. Come on. Find me. See, this is what I mean. It's like, I don't want to... Ah, there we go. Perfect timing to lose my rings right before the end. I mean, I've done pretty good score-wise. I should have just done that from the get-go, just climb the top, because he's going to notice you anyway if you do that. I mean, in all fairness, we've got it. We've definitely got it. There you go. Cool. Okay, so share stuck almost a year in beta testing. How many builds? About 25. If you include the one that I used to record the footage for the release video, I think, yeah, about 26. Oh, look at that. The Rainbow Gem appeared in Kingdom Valley. Wow. But don't I already have the Rainbow Gem? Actually, let's see specifically. No, that's not the folder. That be the folder though. Okay, no. 27. Including the one I used for the recording. Which actually, even then, because I didn't get access to the very first one, so that's 28, and 29 if you include the actual one that was publicly released, because the one that I used to record the footage for was not the final one. So, yeah, we're talking 29, maybe even 30. Well, I guess, yeah, 30 if you include the updates, because that got a beta testing build. Actually, no, that got 2 beta testing builds. I don't know if there was one after that went public, or if the second one was the one that went public. And now there's another one in the works to fix that supersonic particle thing, so it's like, what, 32, 33? Oh, yeah, this nasty, that. Oof. But yeah, the more I think of it, the more I realize that, Sonic actually, in the Demo 1 days, was kind of in a state like this, where there was a lot of beta testing builds. I remember it being long, but I don't have access to any of those builds because I was using the iMac back then, and unfortunately I did lose all my files because of corruption. So, like, yeah, if I look now, the only early builds I've got of one are just... Well, actually, yeah, no, none of these are like beta testing builds. I don't know what that is. That could be 1.0 but I just named it 1.2 because it didn't have a glitch that I encountered when I did my review. 1.5 is, well, obviously 1.5. Yeah, I'm not sure again if that's 1.0. These are not Demo 1 beta testing builds. So yeah, I lost all the beta testing builds from yeah, Demo 1. But I remember there being a lot. Definitely not nowhere near as much as Shadows, but there was still a lot. Because, you know, when did that drop? That dropped like what, 2019, right? It's like April 2019, from memory, if I recall correctly, because that was around the time I posted the E3 explanation video. So we're talking January 2017 all the way up to April 2019. So longer in terms of from the course of Sonic to the demo release and comparing that to Shadow. But in terms of builds that were available to test, there were more. Because I do remember that it was a bit more lengthy in waiting for the next Sonic build, which was probably for the best for me at the time. Because again, I didn't have a PC back then, and I felt bad that I didn't, because I felt like I couldn't really fully test it and really address the issues that I wanted to. Yeah, so I actually, do I still have? No, I don't. Because I do have a hard drive that has a lot of Demo 1 files, but I don't know if how complete the builds are. But in all fairness, I really should just back up everything I've got now here to the hard drive, because I mean, what? Every single folder of Demo 4 Release 2 is about 3 gig or something. 4 gig, almost. Whew. It's just, oh yeah, you magnetize all that, add all that up, and you got fucking, you got this is what you got. You got not a lot of space left with that. I mean, to be fair, I moved all the zip files off, because when I had the zip files, this was not even 5, it was like 2.5 gig. So yeah, I got rid of half of it, but I should move the rest. But what was I doing in the test stage again? Oh, I was testing if I have the Rainbow Gem. Because yeah, that's right, we got the message of, hey, the Rainbow Gem appeared, even though I've already got it. See, that's something too. I wanted to be able to Rainbow Gem out of a spin dash. I forget if that one changed. I actually cannot remember if that one did. Because I remember for the longest time there was like this this phase of, should I point out both that I would like to be able to Chaos Blast and Chaos Boost, as well as Rainbow Gem out of a spin dash, or it's like, again, all of these state changes, it's like Now there is something that I actually want to point out sometime soon in regards to Kingdom Valley, because I've purposely waited for this moment to come, because I didn't want to point this out during the days and times where we were approaching Shadow's release, because it would just create more unnecessary work and increase the chances of him not even wanting to listen to a new idea. And again, understandably so. But now we're in this phase of moving over to the next build, or the next big release, or next campaign. I'd like to point out some ideas with Kingdom Valley. And all it really is just changing one eagle, adding maybe another. But perhaps more importantly right now, getting rid of this and wall running on this obviously designed geometry to be wall ran on. And expand the ending a bit, because there was springs past that section end trigger. And it's clear that the ending was going to be very different, and I'd like to exploit that, and what better time than now to do so as we approach silver. That's still not. Again, this is still the same build. Actually, we've still got stages to do, right? Because what? I'm just trying to think. Like, why did that say that when? 'Cause it's not like we finished all of Shatter's stages, unless I have, but I just didn't S rank them. Yeah, that could be what's up, maybe. Oh, you baka. Not that I need the S rank, but still. What the? Did I just glitch the spin dash, or am I tripping? Because I hit the dash panel during the charge. Yeah. Is it? Just trying to think what's going on there. Yeah, I couldn't tell if I was still in a charge state or if that was like a release state. It's hard to tell because I can't hear anything. God, thank God this was increased in speed. I mean, really. No camera! What happened? What do we do to deserve this transgression? Was that just a one-off, or like, huh? What happened there? Also, I don't know if it was intentional, but the whole thing with the pressing K on the keyboard to unlock the inhibitor state. Yeah, I don't actually know if that was intentional or not. I don't think it was, because it's understandable on a more like beta testing, standpoint. Just it yeah, you can kind of go, well, all right, for beta testers it gives them quick access, but you know what? I didn't even know you could do that, to be honest. I didn't. And I'd like to think that, such a thing would have been removed. But I think that's just it. I don't think it was known back then. I mean, I sure as heck didn't know about it. Ah, crap, I just lost where I was. No! You good forsaken Barker. Meanwhile, what's that third cell? Um. Since you're both putting single as Yeah. Maybe that's why it freaked me out the first time I saw it. Yeah. Yeah, and I think I underestimated how long it would have, or it was going to take for Shadow to go out. Because I mean, I knew that obviously, yeah, Sonic took a while because that was back in the days when Pier 6 was only starting to, be developed and really get to the state it got from those days to Demo 1's release. But I thought after that, because you also have to remember that like back then, I did know that all the other Amigas were developed. So I was under the impression that we would go into this and the characters were already done. It was just a case of beta testing and finding all the issues to do with the stages. But that wasn't the case. It was also to do with the characters and their states. Which, I don't know, maybe should come as no surprise given nobody really had tested the characters from Team Dark. And, that could very well be the case for Team Light with Amy and Blaze. We'll see, I guess, but... The good news is that it can only get better from here on out. Not to say that it wasn't before, but... Yeah, in terms of Shadow and Team Dark, yeah, they're only going to get better. It's not like delays are going to bloody pop up out of nowhere. I just hope, in regards to delays, whatever the hell's going on with the camera gets resolved, because apparently it doesn't happen for Chaos. But I will be spamming the camera reset and it won't trigger for like a second or two, and it's just really frustrating. That's like the only thing that really comes to mind when it comes to delays, but but yeah, in the same way that it took a while for not just Sonic, but not just Sonic, but also Shadow. I do wonder if it will take a while for Silver. I wouldn't think so, because Silver's pretty good. We've had a lot of time to really perfect Silver. From Demo 1 all the way up to now. So maybe in that respect it is a good thing that we got Silver in Kingdom Valley over Knuckles. I mean, I still think Knuckles should be there, but in regards for this Silver episode upcoming, yeah, it might be for the best that we did, get to work with him, because we really got to not just get beta testers' thoughts and opinions for more than one release or more than a few releases, but also the outside thoughts and opinions as well. Yeah, with the vehicles as well, and yeah, the definitely So Shadow definitely is the most heavy packed. I don't really know. Like content wise, yeah, there's a lot more going on. I mean, not to say that Silver doesn't have it. I mean, you know, you can imagine programming the psychokinesis. But you know what? Even I say that, but it's kind of already been done. You know, we've already got that type of object behavior already in the form of Kingdom Valley. So again, for that reason, maybe it is for the best that we did get Silver all the way up to this point in Kingdom Valley. Yeah, I don't know. With the spin dash, that's... If the sound was gone weird, it was probably the charge got stored into the movement state. It was a mistake. Okay. I was gonna say, because it just seems like it takes away from not just the reveal, but the accomplishment and achievement of doing it legitimately. Yeah, it is a shame, but yeah. Yeah, look, I hope that Amy and Blaze will go swimmingly, and you know that'll hopefully won't take too long with beta testing and state changes that could apply or whatever. Yeah, okay, looks like I'm done here. So I'm moving on. Yeah, okay, so we're done with that. So how many now? 5, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, that's cool. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, how he included the thingy, the little details. There's like a bit of a red and yellow sprite that appears during the opening animation of the E3 loading screen. I wondered when and if that was going to appear, because I wasn't considering pointing it out at that point, but I was thinking, oh, I'll leave it. I'll wait for a more appropriate time to point it out. But thankfully he did it on his own accord, so yeah, that worked out well. And really, we have Desco to thank for that, because if he didn't restore the loading screen using the Xbox Live Arcade demo, we wouldn't really... I mean, you can see it in the E3 footage, it's just because it's camera quality, you can't really, you know... It's very easy to miss, you know? No, I don't know about other people, but I really want this to change. With Rouge or Knuckles, when they jump off of a wall, they fucking climb it like they're fucking moon jumping. It just looks so overpowered. Like, okay, sure, it only really happens if you're pushing down on the joystick when you do it, but it's just, I don't care, man. It still comes off as overpowered. Like, look at that. It just looks like a moon jump to me. It just, yeah, it's been bugging me for a while, and I haven't really pointed it out yet, but, yeah, maybe I ought to point it out in the review. Because it just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, just in general, I've always said that glide types should be able to push off the wall when they jump off. Oof. It was the way their behavior was meant to be, which you can kind of, yeah, you can kind of see in the final if you just train yourself to not glide into a wall, but instead just jump in and then try to jump off. I just realized I don't really have much of any score. Now, I remember this, yeah, you can actually see with the way the rings have been aligned how this is going to lead to a death if I light dash. And it's, yeah, it is an issue in retail, and I definitely made sure to point that out when beta testing here. Okay, so, even to this day, I still haven't really got a good footing on when I should trigger Chaos Boost, likewise Chaos Blast in this section specifically. Because if I trigger it now, it pretty much always runs out during the automated sequence. Like, pretty much just as soon as it finishes, so you get a bit of score here for these enemies and coming up, sure, but But yeah, this lost for so long, especially, you know, when this was in place, when this spring was as slow as it, you know, was. So, and I also could do this, just kind of break out of it. And you know what? I actually, yeah, you can still do this in the final release, which I don't really know why, because I even said, look, I can move out of this. Could you change this? And he didn't. He added a second jump panel, so you can't really miss it in Faulty Doom, but you can still jump out of it. You know, okay, yeah, sure, you can't skate off. At least I don't think you can. But you can still jump, and I don't like that, man. I just, yeah. In the same way for Tails' Way version, that one dash panel was changed so you go all the way to the jump panel. I feel like that should also apply here also. See, that was definitely the wrong time to trigger level 2, but alright. See, I want to bloody cancel out of this. How do I could have sworn that there was a cancel button. Maybe it wasn't implemented at this point. But see, even now, in this state, in this level, I'm getting pretty damn close to running out once I've finished the route. I made it though. That's the main thing, I guess. I don't know, it's just, I always seem to be on two minds when and where I should trigger which level, and just in general trigger it. Perhaps I should have triggered it sooner, because clearly that wasn't good enough. God damn it. Yeah, these kind of were more difficult to get the S rank back in these early builds. That's cool though, how that yeah, unused damage animation was used. It's like, oh man. You know, there really are so many times where just you're reminded of just how much content was cut, and it's just, it's sad. It really is. Okay, so now the bat cracker mine is now used. Okay, okay. Interesting. I was gonna say, I do remember that being a bit of an early change, but yeah, not from the get-go though. I kind of wish I had some involvement with the keys of the key locations in this section, but in all fairness, I pretty much did most of the key positions and locations in the tropical jungle section, so yeah. At least I got one. Which actually, yeah, I did a lot. I think pretty much all of those. There's like only one or two were Chaos's ideas, because otherwise the rest were pretty much all my sketches. Which I was a bit surprised, but yeah, no, it's cool. That's what I mean. I would like to be more involved in that way, just giving more ideas for level design or just, you know, locations. Because, you know, like even like the gems, you know, I was the one that pointed out maybe putting the clear gem where it did end up. Although I did wanted it to be more concealed. I pointed that out in the review where exactly. But, I mean, yeah, it did pretty much get used. It was still on that on top of that, like, structure right where the bridge starts, so, you know. Whoa. Did get elements. So if I save level 2 and 3... See, like, even the spear, I don't know what it is about that, but I do not like spearing as pure 6 Shadow. I feel like I could spear faster in the original, and I don't know why, because I don't believe the animation times have changed, but yet I still feel slower. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Let's see if I can interrupt this sequence with a blast. I mean, I'm gonna run out of energy anyway. Like, look at that, it's already past halfway, just from that alone. Hey, look at that. Which again, you can still do that in the final, to my understanding. It's like there's some things you just shouldn't be able to do. Mainly if it's going to interrupt those type of sequences, you know? Let's see, why do I still feel like haven't gotten enough score? Oof. Don't do this to me, man. Hopefully the time bonus will be A-okay. But, don't know. Or you could just die. See, as if I didn't have any more reasons to want the fucking TGSR6 Chaos Spear. Oh, that sucks. I could have actually used the bridge. I mean, I was thinking about it, but it happened so fast. No! This is why I hate Shatter, man. You shouldn't be able to charge it for this long. Not unless you're going to be able to recover upward. Actually, maybe I could hit the spring. Yeah, because there's a... Oh, hey, I saw you. Do not fear, I will not harm you, Boulder. Come back. Come back, my eagle. If I can homing recover, it'll make the ultimate save in the history of nothing. God damn it. I mean, there goes my time bonus if I do actually pull the save off. And the camera sure as frick doesn't want to cooperate. Yeah, I can't even tell if the boulder is respawning or... It's torture, man. I gotta do this. But yeah, like low-key, if I did time it right, I could homing recover off of the boulder and get enough height. But yeah, no, that's not showing any signs of returning. Fuck. There's no way I'm going to reach that spring from here. At least I can move the camera now. Yeah, it's just bloody dipped on me. Fucking boulder. Look at that, I couldn't even jump dash anyway. Although that was after the second spear. I might have been able to out of the first one. But one thing, I don't know, probably not for this build, maybe. I don't know. But I do know that I have been able to actually get an S rank in this section alone. But that probably is just, you know, later builds. I mean, hey, if it does include this, then let's freaking go. Be nice if I could get, you know, some good results. But I mean, knowing how much, you know, I was struggling just from, you know, doing all 3 sections, I mean, damn. Did it again. Yeah, that's a good start. So yeah, okay, it's not, yeah, alright. Does pretty good, lasting as, you know, just in level 1. But despite that, he's still running pretty freaking low here. See, what happened there? Why did it just dip? Like, I don't know if you guys saw that, but it just kind of fucking decided to just really speed up all of a sudden. Yeah, whatever. Whoa, are you fucking kidding? Can you just like never fucking do that ever again? That'd be really nice. Cannot reiterate all I want that to be implemented so bad. I mean, for me, the thing with the staircase that frustrates me is when it triggers when you're not even on it. You just... like this. Look at that. I wasn't even on the fucker. Like, jeez, give me a chance, man. Well, there goes my path. Oh. See, even this, I feel like the radius definitely could be better. I mean, I didn't really point out too much with that, because, I mean, it's just... I feel like I'm... You know, because, like, I don't really feel like a lot of people are going to use it anyway. Especially with how much has changed with Shatter. But, obviously, yeah, the radius is 100% far from accurate. I mean, it was almost the equivalent of the green gem in retail. And also knowing that you can't even, like, jump out of it. I mean, at least in the original, you could actually cancel out of it by moving. But, like, here, you can't even do that. You can't actually move out of it. You have to wait for the animation to end. So it just feels like a bit of an animation block. Which is a shame, because it used to be such a very quick and useful move. Something you could just... It was like a green gem, but it was a bit more quick in terms of, like, just starting and stopping it, and it was useful, you know? It felt useful. Now it just feels like a really downgraded version that's now a bit of like a... It almost feels like a delay. Like, before I used to use it to get rid of 3 crates next to each other. Now it just, yeah, it really does serve as just a singular spin kick. No, you weren't supposed to move. Okay, I think this was back in the builds when the time had some issues. See, this is where I was talking about before with the TGS or 6 hour. Right there. As you like go up or down the stairs, there would be a bit of decoration on the wall. Something that, yeah, unfortunately is not present in the final. Really saddening that they got rid of that for whatever reason. I don't know. Yeah, miracle if that does something, but not holding my breath. No. That's what I mean, though. You can get damn close just from that section alone, which is unfortunate because it's like, well, damn, you know, you can do it. You just, you know, at least in these builds, you know, need a better setup. Yeah, I'll try to kind of speed run through it and go a bit faster. See, one thing I wish you could do is interrupt the, or like move out of that animation from the stomp. It's the one thing that just, again, it's almost like with the spin kick, the shadow spin kick. How you could move out of that. I mean, thankfully, you can still glide like last minute. Oh, that's why it was taking forever. There we go. Yeah, I can feel it. Like it has been improved. Still kind of got that bumpiness, but at the same time, it is better. I can't believe that reached that far. In 2 minutes, that's still pretty long. Okay, let's see if we can get some action here. Because, I mean, it can also help boost the combos as well. The more combos, the more score, more S-rank chance. I mean, heck, if even if I can like get a bit of, yeah, like this, just take care of these guys with the blast. And after all that, I only get a good. Most of all here. Boom. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times I do that, it's always going to be satisfying. And to think, I still haven't actually seen the Chaos Blast in Shadow. I know it's very like 1-to-1 pretty much, but yeah, still haven't actually seen it. So there's like a delay there. See if I can just keep this up, not lose the rings. That'd be nice. I tend to forget if that's a Kingdom Valley line where he goes, how does this work? Yeah, it's definitely better. Oof. Yeah, instant S rank already. That's a bit more like it. Why couldn't we do that from the get-go? It's always the way, isn't it? Alright. Still getting that massagey. Yep. Still getting it. Yeah, just a bug, I guess, of this build. Yeah, I mean, given Sonic Next multiplayer should be possible, but it's whether or not he wants to approach online multiplayer or just, you know, general multiplayer. Yeah, I must admit, the first time I saw the shards upgrade, I was like, oh man, this is fucking amazing. But now people are going to be expecting something for Silver. And I genuinely have no idea what you have planned or what really could be done. There was my kind of brief suggestion before I even knew that the shards thing was going to get done. Where I said that maybe Venice the Hedgehog could be done, where you unlock a skin to, you know, a different skin of Silver to switch between in the menu. Where you, yeah, would be able to switch to a Venice-like kind of a look. But if, you know, let's say that were done, big deal. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cool to play what would have been, but gameplay-wise, it would be the same unless he's willing to nerf Silver a bit more for this skin change. I don't know, though. Right, right. But see, the thing is, when they officially showed the E3 demos footage, I actually think that they were trying to pass it off as the final game. Because I can't seem to comprehend the reasoning to why they would show so little of the specifics that made it E3. You know, anything from the menu to the title screen to the load screen to even the results screen, you know? There's so many giveaways that it was the E3 demo there, you know. But of course with the HUD, it just tells you anyway that it's the E3 demo. But yeah, yeah, it just makes me wonder. Because, you know, they posted those clips officially, before the game release. So yeah, it really does suggest that back then they were confident that the final game would look and play sort of among those lines. If not play, then at least look it, but not even that. And I mean, they still use those clips even to this day. That's the interesting thing. I can't remember if they used it in Generations. Oh, man. The 20th or 25th, I can't remember. But one of the anniversaries, they used E3 clips for some video they did. I was like, you fucking would, wouldn't you? You're gonna use bloody clips of the game that, so that way you guys don't have to record new footage with the game you guys actually released. Fucking, you would do that, wouldn't you? It should be, I mean, I could see a further mode. Yeah, sure. Definitely by modders. Yeah, I must admit the Chaos Snap, it does feel a lot more polished. I don't know why, but I probably because I haven't played Shatter, but just the idea or just trying to comprehend that Shatter, like what if Shatter could rotate during the snap. It never occurred to me. I don't know why. Again, maybe because I haven't played Shatter, but just I was that dead set used to it. Just being able to lean a little to the left or right, but that's it. So yeah, the way it behaves now, definitely, I definitely do prefer. With that said, there is something that I think some people that know, or some people that have played the very hard DLC of Shatter stages might have questioned after Shatter's release went out. And that's that because Chaos Snap no longer snaps you, and I'm going to write this down because I always seem to forget this one. Where am I going? Okay, here we go. Yeah, because the snap now no longer behaves the way it does like retail, where it can literally snap you where you need to be, basically teleporting you. You can no longer teleport into cages and skip enemies, which, I don't know, might seem a bit broken to be able to skip entire sections of enemies. But the thing is, Sonic Team knew this. Not just programming it, but even the level design. They embraced this form of programming for Shatter, so much so that when they did the very hard DLC for Shatter's Radical Train, like I said, they really embraced it. They encouraged you, or not even encouraged, they demanded that you use the Chaos Snap to snap yourself into the cage to skip basically a never-ending looping amount of enemies that will respawn, that will never unlock the cage, no matter how many times you defeat them. So, yeah, quite literally, the DLC demands you to use this method to cheat. If you can even call it that, because it's basically the way they intended for you to progress through this level design. So, my point is, because that has now been changed in the form of Pure 6's Chaos Snap, is he going to eventually change Radical Train's very hard placement and just make it so the enemies unlock the cage. I don't know. I mean, he probably will, but if he does, then that basically means that he is going to have to accept that he will be going against what Sonic Team wanted to do. Which is interesting to think about, because it's... I can see why he's done what he's done, but it's a bit controversial. What Sonic Team did. It seemed like they didn't want to program it that way, but then they decided to embrace it when they eventually did the very hard DLC. At least that's the impression I get, because I mean, they didn't force it on the player in normal and hard, but they do in the DLC, so yeah, that seems a bit suspicious to me. You could say it was all part of the plan, but I mean, either way, it's interesting to think about and how Chaos will approach the DLC placement eventually, but yeah, I do want to bring that up in the review when I eventually get to talking about stuff like Aquatic Base or Radical Train. Actually, the TGS chaos appears could be implemented since you have a limit of... Yeah, and that's exactly my point. There's no reason not to do it. It can't be abused. It can't be... Like, even for speedrunners, like I said, even if you did it in such a way where you had to charge it to get the recovery to go upward, and tapping it would still result in going down, that would totally take away any speedrunner exploits there, you know, because you'd have to take time away from your run to charge it to then get that upward recovery, you know. Yeah, I'll definitely be going to work on trying to explain my point on that in the review. Okay. Well, I do know that, you know, yeah, Silver was meant to get that upgrade where he goes a lot faster. Which, I mean, I never understood, because there was, like, no traces at all in the files or code, so even more than the Rainbow Gem, it seems to be even more cut than that. But yeah, maybe it could be a thing. I mean, I just I can't picture it though in terms of how it would work with his gameplay responding to the gauge, because so far everything that you can upgrade at the end of beating the campaign has resulted in getting something that affects the gauge, the rainbow gem or the shards. So when thinking of something that would not only be added to another hedgehog's gauge, but of all characters, Silver's gauge, who uses it perhaps the most out of all three hedgehogs, I just can't really imagine how that would really work or play. I mean, Chaos has time and time again surprised me with like the maturity meter and levels, with how that all worked out with the gems, and even with Shadow, how you would have to upgrade the maturity meter before you could actually upgrade the level. So who knows? Maybe something like that could be in place for Silver, and the more levels upgrade, the more faster you get. But you know, even then though, I still have to, you know, draw attention to the fact that Silver does still, you know, use the gauge with RT, so it couldn't behave like Shadows. It would have to be like the Rainbow Gem when you upgrade that to level 3. It probably could work, it's just hard to imagine right now, I guess. But yeah, to the equivalent of the speeds of the first opening cutscene, that would be... That'd be nice. That'd be very nice. I've always wanted to do that. Yeah, it really depends on your Venice or an upgrade, or I don't know, both even. Or something completely entirely different, I don't know. I know he won't give access to Super Silver, I know that much. Which, you know, I'm okay with. I'm actually okay with that. I didn't want Super Shadow, and I actually am glad, and I'm glad that we got the Shards form. I actually prefer that over Super Shadow, surprisingly. Because the whole point of Super Sonic is that, you know, Sonic is the main character of this game. It's literally the title of the game. You know, so the whole thing is you beat the entire game and you get his super form, because it's still his game at the end of the day. So for you to get Super Shadow and Super Silver, especially when you already get to play as them in the final boss, it just kind of takes away from that Rainbow Gem reveal at the end. Keep forgetting which stage I have to do. And, you know, when we eventually get Solaris, you know, that's no doubt going to be quite a nerfed boss, to the point that I'm more than positive that the control on that's going to be a lot more free and a lot more polished. To the point that you're going to... I could picture it behaving somewhat like Super Sonic from Unleashed. Bit of both, with before and during the Shield gameplay. Whoa! See, that is precisely what I am talking about. I hate that. And I don't know if it still happens. But that was an enemy that had a health bar. But I still didn't go into the combat-oriented states. Instead, I just spammed right past him and to my death. I mean, hopefully you can see why that's so frustrating. And again, I'm not sure if that still happens. Because it happened for the longest time, and you know, even in the 20s of the beta testing builds, it still happens. So I'm not sure if that is still an issue or not. It's a bit unfortunate I can't even insta spear it anymore. Kind of just, his jump kind of gets cancelled when I try that. So even like, yeah, whoops. Certain TGSR6 states with the drop state, as I like to call it, where really all the state was the Chaos Smash. And like the Homing Smash, that is also something that Chaos kind of ditched and just didn't include, which is a real shame. But you know what? It adds that much more reason for me to talk about both the Homing Smash and Chaos Smash in the review, because I didn't really talk about the Homing Smash last time. But hey, at least it makes it more fitting to talk about it now. Because, yeah, there is, I do have a bit of an issue with that. It wasn't even up for consideration. It just, yeah, not even talked about. Just very easily glossed over, unfortunately. Because the thing about the Chaos Smash that I find kind of useful, but in a questionable way, is how you can you go to charge the Chaos Smash after jumping, and if you don't have a single enemy or anything around you to lock onto, you aren't going to do a jump dash like you would if you were in a homing smash. You're just going to drop. And you actually do get elements of this code in the final. Or in retail, I should say. Because have you ever noticed when you go to do a jump dash, a shatter in your Chaos Broost form, but instead of, you know, doing like a normal jump dash and, you know, that's that, if you're holding it down, you just drop out of nowhere? Well, that's basically because you've held down the button and the game thinks that you're in a Chaos Smash state during the jump dash state. So bad coding, definitely, but it's interesting that elements of the Chaos Smash did actually make it even into the final. And I mean, for that reason, I can understand why it was just not even implemented in the slightest to this, but you know, at the same time, I do feel that it should have been at the least considered when and where it could have, you know, it could have been implemented either when you're using Chaos Boost or not when you're using Chaos Boost. But yeah, there was like rarely any talk about it, so that is unfortunate. Yeah, leave Super Shadow or Super Silver for modders if they want to do that. Yeah, it really makes me wonder how that's gonna look. Cause like, I'd like to think that you're gonna be in the center with the other two hedgehogs behind you to your left and right. Like, you know, got that kind of heroes-ish style to it. Because I didn't really like that you didn't get to see, like, yeah, I mean, it's tricky because you can kind of understand why they did do it that way when they programmed it for retail, because the thing about why you don't see Super Shadow or Super Silver as Super Sonic is that you're all meant to be in the past, present, and future. So you're at different points in time, because that was the whole point that Eggman was getting at with the whole Solaris thing, that you need to not just take care of this guy in the present, you have to be able to take care of this, you know, this time god being in at all points in time in order to take him down. Which is why Shadow implied that, yeah, well, you know what, it might have actually been possible to do that if Sonic were still alive. So when he is alive, that's exactly what they do. So that's where it really gets complicatedly unfortunate, because it's... Because you'd want to see them all together, because it'd make it that much more impactful. But how can you when it's like they've awkwardly written themselves into a corner and you can't get them out of that? I mean, you could do it and you could just pretend that they're all, you know, you could either not see each other or... Then again, even then, they are talking to each other anyway, so that's kind of contradicted anyway, isn't it? when they're talking to each other during the boss, so you probably could get away with doing it. Because, I mean, I must admit, I would like to see all three of them together. Yeah, same. Because I always wondered, oh, okay, so can I do that? Would I be able to take out the rings and purchase that as an upgrade or something? Is that what that does? I mean, that genuinely is what I was thinking level 3 was back in the day. But no, it's, you know, I don't even want to call it Chaos Blast because it's, you know, not really a blast. How about Chaos Purrs? See, that's the really complicated thing about the spears. Because they can trigger switches, they just need to be charged. Which, you know what, even then though, like, the lock-on is freaking weird. Well, I mean, I say lock-on, it doesn't even lock on, which is kind of fine, because retail doesn't lock on either. It's just, retail had a better set, it, like, went directly diagonally downward, you know, in front of you, whereas I feel PR6's is a bit more, it goes forward almost, you know. It's just freaking awkward. Okay, so I'm gonna skip these enemies because I'm pretty good when it comes to getting the score boosted when I'm playing a shatter. With that said, there. Son of a. See, this is what I mean, being able to shoot the rocky things that they throw at you. Or spit at you. See, am I like the only one who wishes that this was a bit more nerfed? I don't think it changed. But like, I really don't like that it doesn't replenish with time. In the same way that the vehicles do, because like that's basically implying that Omega is weaker than a GUN vehicle. Like, hello, huh? And even like the speed of it, you know, I feel like even the speed could be a little faster. Because look at that, I'm like waiting for how long it still hasn't replenished. Because basically the whole thing is the chaos drives and light cores are what basically what are supposed to replenish it. And it's like I'm okay with that concept, but as long as you've still got the whole thing with what replenishes it with the vehicles with time. You know, because it just, because I do feel that, like, even though this wasn't in the original, it kind of just, it feels like a worse version of the Vulcan cannon shots for Omega compared to the vehicles, you know? What the fuck? Okay. vasto. Wish there was a faster way to get through this. I actually feel that the switch for this section should be RNG based. In other words, having more than one location. Mainly because, really, this is like the only time in Wave Ocean that you ever really come here. And because of which, knowing right now it's a consistent set location to the Switch, you're pretty much never ever going to come up here, for example, or go around there to hit the jump panels to make me go up back there. You know, it's never going to be used, and it just seems like useless level design. So if it were RNG based, you know, you could have the switch up there, for example, or over here even, you know, just in other locations that would be a bit more, you know, had a bit more reasoning for why there's so much level design going on in this grand, open, scaled section. I remember being able to trigger the chaos boost during that cutscene. That's weird. So yeah, see, look at that already. Almost 50k. There we go. Yeah, instantaneous S rank. I just have to make sure I don't be an idiot and don't spam my way into the watery bottomless pit as I've done so often in the past. It's cool that you can kind of, it's almost like a double jump, but I have no problems with that, surprisingly. Whoa! But yeah, how you can, like, jump out of, well, a jump state when you go to enter a vehicle. Might seem a bit unnatural, but again, I'm surprisingly okay with it. Yeah, I think I said it before, but Wave Ocean and Dusty Desert are usually the stages I struggle with getting an S rank. But Wave Ocean really isn't a problem. It's just a problem if I can't get to the hover vehicle. And as mentioned, that's only really an issue if I get the cucky spam instead of the combat-oriented state and go past the enemy into my doom. Because other than that, I'm pretty good. Which means we're up to the stage that I always seem to struggle on, getting an S rank. Dusty Desert. So I could be wrong, but I actually think that this might be the build I used to put together that little comparison. Seems to fit the bill, UI-wise, and gameplay specifics. I mean, assuming Tropical Savannah behaves the way it did in the video, then yeah, this should be pretty close, because even the vehicles, they seem to behave pretty much the same. Because I do remember putting together the comparison as early as I could, because I was under the impression that he was going to just immediately drop it as soon as all the stages were done. But man, that comparison took a long time. Which even then though, that's, you know, saying a lot, because, you know, even when I did eventually finish it, the video was uploaded for months before Release 2 actually went out. And to think back then, I was stressing that it could have gone out any day. Like, I remember there was a time where I even said, oh yeah, if all goes according to plan, I'll drop the release video today. I was like, oh shit, I better stay up for this. And I did. I stayed up all night, and I ended up wasting an entire day waiting. But, you know, that was on me. Especially trying to, like, get the comparison done. I'm, like, stressing, thinking, oh god, the video's gonna go out. So this is something that I pointed out pretty much from the very first build where Omega was implemented. If you move the camera in a consistent direction during the transformation, you ever notice that he kind of jumps a little at the start in the opposite direction? Like, I'm constantly holding it to the left. But yeah, as I said, as soon as the animation ends, notice that he kind of jumps a bit to the right. Be curious if that also happens to you guys, because I pointed this out. Yeah, pretty much the very first build Omega was implemented for, and it didn't change, unfortunately. See, now, okay, I'd like that to change eventually. If I could, you know, SA1 style, you know, like have the lock-on, you know, see that, like the Vulcan cannon shots, they affect capsules, so it'd be good if the lock-on could behave like, you know, SA1 style, have it lock onto the capsules and deal damage. What the fuck was that? Yeah, see, like, maybe I'm tripping, maybe it did change, and I'm just stupid. But I don't recall it. See, like, even rings, even if rings were something to replenish one by one the armor, you know, just something. Just don't like it the way it is, unfortunately. Yeah, I've noticed that, like, when you enter this state, it focuses on where the camera is focusing on, not where Omega is. See, like, I'm facing the camera right now, but despite that, when I go to enter this, he turns around because he's going to face where the camera's facing. I forget if I pointed that one out, but, nah. Give it time. Extreme. So all it takes just a couple of seconds of waiting for the gauge to refill, then switching back to Shadow to give him a full gauge. And I'm surprisingly okay with that, you know? I'm all down for it. Oh, I couldn't bloody jump dash out of that? Hello? Is that really not a thing? Gotta love spin dash jumping. This is something that I'm really glad was implemented. The purple libless monsters going into that kind of blocking state. And that's something too. I pointed out to Chaos I wanted him to make it so the Chaos Blast basically broke through their defenses, and thankfully we did get that. Whoa. I think that was like a much later change though, from memory. Here we go. Skadoosh. Neat. Yeah. Again, give it time. And really, I don't actually think that much has changed with the Nephilis model. I think really it was just the upscaled textures and I don't know, maybe model smoothing has been done, but I was under the impression that pretty much every model is the same, except for the main characters that you play. Mainly because that was to merge the face models from the cutscenes onto the gameplay models, instead of like retail having just a plain like non-modeled mouth for the face model. Okay, so one more to go. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get better. And I mean, I have to, again, as always, just kind of space my suggestions, and hopefully one at a time will, cross things off the list. Yeah. Yeah, and that's something that I've always respected about PO6 from the get-go. It just, it seems to respect the enemies. And even then, really, it doesn't really do that much different to the final. It just does the execution better. And to think it could actually get better than what it currently is, because something I did actually try to get Chaos to do just as we started getting into beta testing for this release was I wanted him to maybe look into merging the, or rather implementing the behavior of the enemies from the DLC, because they do actually behave a bit differently in the likes of Very Hard or Boss Attack. It's behavior that is very underused even in the DLC. It's virtually never used in the retail version of the game outside the DLC. And what can I say? It's more behavior that can add variety to the enemies. So why not? Which, here we go. There's another something I ought to write down. This is what I mean. It's like so much can be forgotten. It's no wonder the review a year ago ended up the way it did. I mean, the main thing is I got the main points across, but, it really should come as no surprise when I remembered the amount of stuff that I, missed, or found stuff that I, missed. But yeah. Enemy behavior. I don't think it applies to every single enemy, but I know enemies like the egg gunners or the egg stingers or egg busters or egg lancers even, they all have a state that is pretty much never used in the retail version of the game, again, outside of the DLC. It's basically something as basic as just them kind of getting up, just jumping off the ground and going into a hovering state. And, you know, conversely going from a hover state back to a landing and going to a walking state. It's so small and minor, and yet it just seems to make them feel a bit more menacing, and you know, because they've got more states, they've got more to do. They feel more of a threat because they can do more. You know, because when they're in the air, you know, they can go on a more what's the word, offensive side, where yeah, sure, they'll still fire Vulcan cannon shots at you, but you know, in that state they can follow you to the speeds of Mach Speed, as we do see how they behave in Wave Ocean Mach Speed. Well, pretty much every Mach Speed section outside of Crisis City. That's what I mean. When they go into that state, it's like, damn, they can follow you and watch you like a hawk. So, you know, there's a lot that could be done with just those states if they're implemented. I forget about the other enemies, though, the other robots or the Iblis and Nephilis minions. But I mean, regardless, maybe something to look into for a future release. But anyway, for right now, we're done with that. I'm not really too concerned about the Sonic stuff, and maybe for that reason I should start skipping Sonic stuff if I encounter more. Ugh. Looks like somebody got a little lazy. Yeah, I mean, seriously, they're like, unless I like downloaded an extra copy or something. What was this? That was days later. That was a different time. Then again, 5 days later, we got the next build. I could have been on a break, I guess. I was going to attend to it, but then the next one dropped, so I kind of skipped it. And that's bloody indicating I haven't even touched this one. Come on. So this could have been from the course from 2019 Unity to 2020. Because I know that went through an interesting phase. Yeah, again. I thought so, because I was going to say the bloody message usually indicates that I'm just trying it, so did I just not bother? this too? Nah, that ain't right. Can't imagine I would have removed the game save, but that's interesting. Kind of goes backwards. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. All right. This is yeah. This is during the times. Yeah. This is 2020 Unity. I also have to remember I did go through a phase where I did start to not get the S ranks, or just in general just test it out and only test it out. Wasn't really focusing on completing the stages, more so just testing the physics and all. So yeah, this is, I don't know if you could call this rare, but it is 2020 Unity. Oof, yeah, okay. Things do feel a bit faster with movement and all. There you are. So, how come I can't change the settingsness? Guess this was still in a very experimental state, given it is still 2020 Unity. Could be why I didn't really experiment too much with it. What are you doing to me, man? Yeah, I must have just, like, I'm trying to remember, because you know, we're still in the single digits at this point. Because I know I definitely launched all of them. Although it doesn't explain that one that came up with a stupid virus one. Although I do remember being on like a break at that point. That's more like it. And that's all 19, so yeah, I've done that. Cool. But yeah, I must have gone through a phase where I was like, okay, for the time being, I'm just gonna not get the S ranks and just test the gameplay, or mainly test what he wants me to test. Because, you know, there are times where it'll just be like, okay, so I don't really care for testing the stages, just test the physics and overall feel and control of gameplay. Because again, those builds specifically, you know, he was looking into trying to get it on Unity 2020. Which actually, you know what, that makes me wonder if he's gonna maybe look into doing that for if he's gonna look into for the silver release, move that to Unity 2020. Hey, come on, what are you doing? I'm sure I at least tried it. Because I remember doing that pretty much for every single build. It's if there was like a build like right next to each other, different story, but see, even this one's freaking out. Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, again, given that message. So when was that? That was April 27. Yeah, see, okay, that's fine. That's not that far. Again, I could have been doing something else during that time. From the course of that to the next one. Just hope we actually get something, some development, some completion. Nope. The fuck are you two there, Kratos? Useless. I'm trying to remember now. So I did stream pretty much every single build that I played through, but I just find it so absurd that, like, out of all the stages that I would have tested, did I really not come across a single S rank in all of them? Well, in all the ones that have 0? Okay, see, that's a bit more like it, even if it is just 1. Yeah, at least it gives me stuff to do in the future, I guess, as I wait for the silver beta builds. But yeah, I do wonder if he's gonna try to look into moving it over. Like, I know that there was a lot of issues, and that's the main reason that he, you know, stopped doing that. Come on, what is this shit, man? Really? Really? You get all the fucking gold medals for that, but you don't even touch Shatter? Yeah. Good job. Stop it! Stop that! Stop that, man. Stop it. Okay, so now we've got Legacy Jump Dash. I can't believe I got all the fucking gold medals there, but absolutely none. Like, again, because in these builds there's no way to tell if I even touched Shatters. There's no real telling if I actually did. I'm sure I did, given, you know, I pretty much S-ranked everything with Sonic. But at the same time, it could have been a case of, oh, I'll do, because like I said in the past, I would occasionally do 2 streams to split up the playthrough, because it's starting to get longer with each beta testing build or release, to the point that, yeah, I would start to split it into 2 streams. So it could be that I did the Sonic playthrough for 1 stream, because I pretty much always start with Sonic's campaign and then I'll move on to Shatter's. When really I probably should do Shatter's then Sonic's, but regardless, yeah, it could have been that. I could have just done the stream, that was that, and then I was going to do the next one, but then the next one dropped. Yeah, because, like, look at that, it's 2 days apart. Didn't really give me much time. So, it's a bit more lucky. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to double check that. In case I skipped a build. So 5 days later, we get another build. Also, yeah, I mean, I appreciate the attempt to really, continuously have that, that continuity from past games, and to give off this kind of, hey, this, everybody's saying that Earth 6 is canon, so, here we go, Earth 6 is canon. I think my issue with it is that, it is consistent to SA2 and all that, but it's not consistent to its own game, because, like, literally rewatch the final cutscene, the final last episode closing cutscene before the credits roll. Sonic looks up to the moon, smiling, and it's a full fucking moon. I mean, that just says to me that Earth 6 was never intended to be canon, and I know they kind of messed that up by saying it was with Gens, but, I'm talking about when Earth 6 was released as its own individual game. It's kind of treated itself like a non-canon game, and I've always looked at it as a non-canon game. It just, isn't that the reason why it was claiming to be a reboot? So, and even if you try to fit it in the canon, I just don't really, I feel kind of lost, like, it just doesn't seem to add up. Like with the like, if you watch Some Call Me Johnny's review, he's like, well, with the logic of Earth 6, Shadow would have had to have waken up from his, tomb in bloody Prison Island, wander over to Soliana to help the Duke, and then, after that, head back over, and, that'd be that, and go back to sleep until he's awakened. It just, it bugs me because it doesn't respect Earth 6's logic, you know? It just, yeah. And the thing that really hurts me about this is that I actually want to look at 06 in the light of it being canon, but how can I when 06 doesn't even take itself like a canon game based on, again, the moon? You know, you can look at the gameplay perspective of White Acropolis from retail, and it's a full moon. You could look at the pre-rendered cutscenes from the final cutscene, it's a full moon. So, yeah, that's where I stand with continuity. I appreciate the thought and, you know, trying to have that continuity, but yeah, it's just... I mean, really, it's just Sonic Team's fault, if anything, because they're the ones that bloody cause these circumstances to be all over the place with the what's canon, when is said canon thing canon. You know, it's just all over the place, unfortunately. But, anyway. Actually, I didn't do too bad. Yeah, alright. Alright, yeah, I'm hoping to continue this. As usual. It's always the bloody stages I don't want to do there. That's fine. It's fine. Oh. Ooh, okay, so yeah, now we're in the builds where the font changed, or the... Actually, I shouldn't say font, but like the... What the hell? But yeah, like the thickness, the boldness of the numbers for the ammo count. You know, it's actually using an unused version of the numbers. It's in the same sprite sheet. It was just never used. So I thought that was a really creative way to make use of all that. I never even thought of it being used for the vehicle UI. I thought, well, what about multiplayer? It could maybe be used for that, because, you know, the multiplayer UI is meant to be a bit more smaller to, you know, fit on the 2 screens, up to 4 screens, so why not use it there? But no, this works just as well, if not better. There's something that I do intend to eventually point out in the review regarding vehicles, and that basically is just where the review builds were trying to go with vehicles at one point. From having the ability of switching weapons at will during vehicle usage, as well as stuff that we didn't really get to see, but we did get to get an idea of in the files and code, with what weapons the vehicles would have had and used. Because, I mean, best example I can think of is, you know, stuff like the glider having lasers. Like, holy crap. That would have been amazing to have. Well, how about the bike and the buggy being able to drift? Or how about the bike being able to do a wheelie? You know, there was so much that they wanted to do with it. Perhaps a bit too much. But, you know, it is stuff that, still can't jump out of that yet. But yeah, it is stuff that they were trying to do at one point, but just never got around to it, I guess. And, would be nice if it could eventually make a return, but I'm not expecting anything. But it is something that I would like to talk about in the review. Fuck. Oh. See, I was spamming there. I couldn't even hover. That's what I mean. Some builds it will work, some builds not. And even then, even in the builds that you're in, it will sometimes just not work and sometimes just work. You know, it's just very inconsistent. Hear that? Hear that? Let's try again. Now it works. Now it's not working. See what I mean? It's like, what the hell? And that happens so fucking often, and it didn't matter how many times I pointed it out. It just, I guess it just never happened for Chaos, because, yeah, to my understanding that even happens in the final. So, I am curious, does that happen for you guys? Because I can't seem to fathom how that could not happen. You know, it just happens so easily, at least for me. Hate it when that happens. See, even that, I couldn't even hover out of that. So it's not even the blast state. It's just whatever interrupts the jump state, I guess? I don't know. It's so unfortunate, because it's just, it is like a pace kill in a lot of ways. And potentially even a life kill. Really? Why did you remove that? It's even the spin dash canceling. Oh! What the? Oh, I'm tripping. Thought I saw a frickin' arrow. I mean, R6 is bloody infamous for having arrows all over the place in the game. That's why I was starting to freak out when I thought I saw a part of the geometry. Yeah. Yeah, I respect that he's got like 3 different versions of like Kingdom Valley. Right? Yeah, he's literally got like the default title screen, the recreation of the retail title screen, like positioning and pose with the PS6 graphics. Then he's got the E3 title screen recreation, which I mean I was hoping that he would do, and thankfully, yeah, he did actually do it. Then he did the box art title screen. Well, actually, I say title screen. More like just the box art Kingdom Valley, because really it's not really a title screen. That was a very interesting mock-up, because the geometry is very questionable, and it makes me wonder if it ever existed like that in actual level design, because, yeah, it's just very questionable and how it would have progressed. I remember having a fun little conversation with Chaos on how that could have looked if it were actually a level, and he's just as curious too. But you got those 3 versions of Kingdom Valley, and it's like, what even is Kingdom Valley? You just like, what the heck? But then you've also got the original title screen if you want to go back to being faithful to retail with those kind of visuals. So it's like, damn, that's respect right there too. Yeah, big time. Yeah, see, like, I almost view Earth 6 as like a storybook adventure. Just without the, story element. But the point is, it's a story and or an adventure within its own universe. It's not meant to connect with other games' plots unless there was a sequel. But even that you can't really. Because how could you when they've all forgotten what they've done? Which is why I feel that Unleashed is the only potential sequel that you could argue is a sequel to Earth 6. Because instead of, going on and lingering in Soliana, instead Eggman, because he didn't find any research about Soliana tech, went on to find something else. The Gaia manuscript. And I mean, even the way Earth 6 concludes, looking up at the moon, or looking up into space, if you will, I always found a bit, I see what you did there when Unleashed starts in space. I don't know, maybe that's just me, maybe I'm the only one that really drew that connection, but yeah, I mean, I don't think Solaris is truly dead, because I mean, if that's the case, then why? The whole point is that she blew out the flame to make Solaris not exist. Yet when they return to the festival, and I'm gonna really make sure that that's understood, they return to a festival celebrating Solaris, the Sun Festival, based off of their sun god, Solaris. Plot hole, take cover! just it doesn't. Yeah, it really should have just gone from that previous cutscene when she blows out the flame, roll credits right then and there. I mean, if you really want to get technical, of where it really should have ended. Because if you did that, yeah, let's be real for a second. If they did that, it would make so much more sense in terms of not just the ending and not having any confusion with the Sun Festival, but you know what? Even the fucking moon that I just mentioned, even the moon, you know. Because at least we could modify the White Acropolis texture and make it a moon, you know, a half moon there. So, in that respect, Chaos could, you know, just yeet that final cutscene out of the project if he really wanted to, and could still stick to, you know, what he's currently done. With that logic. Yeah, that's what I mean. Gotta be grateful for what we have received, because I mean, it's yeah, not everybody does that. Indeed. Let's do Wave version next. Because again, it's the next most difficult for me. I mean, the weird thing about this is that I'm not even trying. I'm just spamming RT and just navigating to the end. And yet it's, look how much score it's already given me. Like, what the heck? Hello? Could that be considered overpowered, or like, I mean, really 20k already just from that? Like, we're almost halfway just from that alone. In fact, I kind of wonder now, just out of curiosity, if I like speedrun this, not even try, and at the same time not be an idiot, because I don't want to lose the life. Yeah, I want to entirely skip our mega. Because I want to see if this results in anything. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I don't know if it still happens, but Methil is totally blinked. Which, I just, call it a nitpick if you will, but the whole thing of why Mephiles appears so creepy, at least in my opinion, is because he just doesn't move. He almost appears like this corpse that's moving, you know, but at the same time doesn't have expression. That's why his mouth doesn't move. That's why his eyes do not close. I forget if that changed, I really do. But I do remember pointing that out because I think that's such an important character feature, an identifying feature. Ah! What? Hey. Controller, please. Ugh. Will I make it? Ooh, it's gonna be close. That was close indeed. But nope, we goods. Yeah, it was pretty good, I guess. Yeah, that's freaking awkward. No, what are you trying to do, huh? Ooh. Okay, calm down. Oh. There we go. That's pretty good. A lot faster than I usually go. I mean, yeah, sure, a big part of that was skipping Omega. But yeah, I gotta remember that if, you know, do not underestimate how much score you can get in the first section just by spamming. So what now? Just the last stage in Aquatic Base, right? Do this next, because this is probably the most tedious. Ah yes, back before it had the thingy, the gradient, or the filter I should say. I actually want to do a mock-up video of well, what I would do. Because I mean really, it's just putting like a black and white filter over it, because I mean the one that's currently used isn't like completely black and white. I mean it kind of gives that vibe, but it's not exactly like that. Oh, god damn it! I'm not used to the bloody the crates behaving the way they do. Boy, I'm gonna have a lot of time to get used to that though. In the beta. Yeah, he even implemented the detail after I told him to bloody, at the least consider it. But the whole thing with the steel crates, and I mean, I'm not surprised if many people even knew of it, but you can actually do this in retail where, in Chaos Boost mode, if you homing attack a steel crate, you can actually destroy it. So I was like, it's such a specific detail that's so easily missed. I want that to live on in the remake, so please consider it. And yeah, that did make it. And I believe that there have been other uses for it to be destroyed. In PR6, I think, yeah, if you like Chaos Smash it, not Chaos Smash it, Homing Smash it with the clear gem, it does deal damage from memory. Cool. Instant level 3 axes. That's nice. Yeah, it's so easy to get like the S rank in this section alone. Just, you know, yeah, with the amount of enemies and the amount of like damage you can do with Chaos Blast. Look at that already. Instantaneous S rank. Yeah, it's funny. I actually enjoy aquatic base now. But now, tropical savanna. Yes, well. I'm trying to remember now which ones I specifically pointed out for locations. Because that one that I just visited, don't recall pointing that one out. This one over here, I did point out. This one over here, I did point out. This one up here, I also pointed out. No! And I forget if I pointed out this one. I think I might have. I'm not sure though. If I did, I definitely had nothing to do with the one below. But either way, it's like a pretty big amount of locations for this one, so yeah, not too shabby. Yeah, could have been better. I was gonna say, yeah, I probably could have gotten rid of more enemies. I hope the TGS Sonic gets a bit of an upgrade when we approach the next release, because yeah, I mean TGS Sonic, especially after Project TGS, I feel the particles and the souls specifically could apply to TGS Sonic for PS6. Again, just based off of what was accomplished in the week of development of Project TGS. I mean, heck, eventually I could even see it going as far as to have an option for bloody implementing the TGS spring and dash panels. But of course, you know, at the least, the particles for the jump dash and the souls for TGS Sonic, that would be more ideal, more than anything. But, yeah. More options as always. It's always the main thing to critique or whatever. But I mean, it's understandable, because you know, there really were so many changes from later 5 to later 6. So wait, has the .6 update hasn't been released yet, has it? Because to my understanding, he's not going to actually post a video. Maybe he will, but I was under the impression he was just going to update the description to the video he posted, just updating the links. I mean, I'm sure he'll make like a Twitter post for when it goes out, but yeah, I don't know if he's going to do a different video or something. Yeah. I mean, you don't need to Chaos Blast. I think I actually asked him to do that for not just the ability to do it with the homing attack in Chaos Boost mode, but also for Chaos Blast. Which, I mean, come on, yeah, it makes sense. I think that was Chaos. I think he did actually want to have the treasure hunting. Because I remember jumping on that and being like, hey man, I'll whip up some locations for you if you want, which is why I came up with what I did for Tropical Jungle. I didn't think he'd actually go through with it, but... I can't remember how exactly it happened, but I did say, maybe you should consider RNG for the locations, because having set locations like retail is fine, but it makes it a bit too easy for speedrunners. And just in general, the general player, it's it becomes like it's not even a game anymore with time. It's just this thing where it's like, okay, I know exactly where I need to go because I'm a god. It's like, you know, I just don't find that fun. I find it more interesting when there's RNG involved with finding certain things, because you can, especially when you've got a radar, because it can still become, you know, Child's Play where you know where you have to go, but you still have to kind of, but where actually is it going to be? Could it be this route to the left or the right? I don't know, but I'm approaching one of, you know, the two, and it's like that mystery that I mean, you know, that's what I really prefer over just having a set location. It's debatable, I guess, but I am glad that he's gone with the RNG route. I hope he does more of it. I hope he embraces it more. Like I said, with the switching way version, I feel like there could be some variety there in its locations. Sure, it's not a key, but, you know, what the heck. Yeah. Especially for a stage that's just listed as an extra, you know? I don't know. Like I said though, I just kind of, as soon as he opened the suggestion of, hey, maybe I should do a treasure hunting thing, I was like, hey, if you're gonna do it, here's some ideas for some potential locations, and if you do take this on board, consider doing RNG, because, you know, I basically listed why. Yeah, I don't know if it was like a set thing ever, but it was always randomized as far as I'm aware. So I made sure to be on that as well. Because, I mean, it could have been. Like, I mean, for the keys specifically, like, I know... I mean, it was around this time, too, from memory. But yeah, like, keys from, like, Kingdom Valley... I think he did want it to be randomized from the get-go. So maybe it didn't really matter what my opinion was. Low-key kind of do wish the radar was just a little bit bigger. 'Cause it's like, I feel like the draw distance is picking it up more than the radar. And it could almost be the other way around. I really do wonder if characters like the Great Clement are aware of this fan game's existence. Because, I mean, I'm always going to stand by his infamous claim of, I will never fucking defend this game as long as it happens, where Knuckles and Rouge can't jump off walls. In other words, as soon as they can jump off walls, I'll start defending R6. You know, and, well, here we are. Oh. It was much worse. Gotta defeat more enemies. I remember there was something I pointed out with the enemies here. And I don't know if it changed, because I remember it changed, but then it went back to being unchanged, so I kind of just gave up. And that was just, if I damage an enemy, like so, see how he just doesn't, like, bro, I'm fucking damaging you, get up. That just pisses me off so much. It's like, bro, you are taking damage, and you are still not waking up, what the heck? And yeah, I remember pointing that out. Then it did change, and then it, yeah, went back to being unchanged, so I don't know. I don't know, maybe I imagined it. See, already, that's a lot better. 20k already from that alone. Huh? Where the hell was that? Oh, there. I don't recall pointing this one out, at least. Yeah, no, I don't recall that one. I remember 2 pillars, but not that one. Oh, I just ran right the fuck into that. Ugh. Burn should be good, hopefully. Except for that stupid ring walls. Yeah, nice. Okay. It's all you had to do. What the? Oh yeah, that. Forgot about that issue. Which actually, that confirms that it was an issue earlier than when I pointed it out. Eeeh. I mean, at least it got fixed. It's the main thing. Yeah, agreed. Just becomes more interesting being randomized, I reckon. And I like the kind of conflict it like causes with well, not conflict, but like the it kind of just spices things up for speedrunners, you know, because I remember people like wondering how they should approach, you know, like Knuckles treasure hunting for you know, speedrunning that, and it's like, okay, so if that were a thing in 06, you know, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I was like, yeah, you know what? No, it would be, and what's wrong with spicing up a bit of speedruns? Yeah, I mean, I expected that there would be people that, and it is a bit of a controversial decision, but yeah, once people memorize the locations, they get over it, you know? And really, that's the trick. You just have to get good. Nah, but I mean, it took me a bit of time to get used to it, but you know, again, you get good, and you, it's almost second nature where the locations are, you know. And it's not like you don't have a radar, or if there was no radar, hey, different story. But you know, thankfully that's not the case. Yeah. That's done. That's what I like to see. So, we're kind of getting there. Yeah, 6 or 7 more to go. And I think it was at this point where let's try not to jinx it, but, but where I started to get a bit more consistent. That's more like it. Captain's busy, so should you be? Yeah, I don't really know what happened. I kind of, I just started to play more and test more and, yeah, I don't know. I mean, really, I should just do this all the time. Going into every build and really just perfecting it all. Dope. Although I think I did start to get a little bit slack with my stream playthroughs of it. So, and I think that was just it, because you know I would be trying to do both, and it just turned into this thing where it was like, why am I even doing this? This is like it's almost turning into a freaking diary of just documentation of me playing through the damn thing, and you know, for what, you know, because it's not like I'm showing Chaos the entire playthrough. I only show small snippets of it when and if I encounter a bug, because otherwise, what's the point? What am I doing? So at this point, I kind of just, I mean, I still was pretty consistent with it, but you know, I did start to dip toward the end. Oh, here we are. I figure these are the best builds. I'm pressing start, and it's not even, okay, did that just dial me? Yeah, that'd be right, wouldn't it? Perfect timing. But there was, I think it was this build, or a build around here, where, yeah, you press start, and it doesn't matter, it won't actually get you into the game. And the reason is simple. This build doesn't like shadow, at least the shadow background. You know what else it don't like? It also don't like the silver background, which is why I'm pressing start right now, and it also won't let me into the game. You know what it do like though? It like what it always liked, the Sonic background. Which is why every time I launch it, I gotta hope that the Sonic background's there, because if it ain't, I'm gonna have to close it, reopen it until Sonic wants to pop up. But because it's RNG, that could take a while. And boom, just like that, it lets me in. So, yeah, I remember pointing that out out of frustration, but you know, hey, gotta expect this kind of jazz. So, look at that. I still mastered the build. Yand, did that even? Yeah. Okay. Cool. And now that's working. Yep, I think I did it all. Which means that the only things that I wouldn't have done, aside from like the super early builds, I like the review builds for the next, for like the update. Which, I mean, you know, like I said, I was on like a week break. And you know what, even then, I was under the impression that, because I even asked, going back about a month or two ago, can't even remember how it came up in the conversation, but I was just asking or confirming, oh, well, you know, maybe you could add this for the update. And I remember him replying going, oh, well, actually, I was kind of hoping to not even bother with an update and just move right onto the silver release. And I was like, oh, okay. Fair enough. But, yeah, well. But yeah, that is all the builds, not including the earlier ones anyway, because again, I haven't really touched anything at all, so... Huh. Not bad. Didn't do too bad. I will jump into those other ones in another stream, but for now... Actually, before I do anything, I actually want to install the the TGS06 recovery to my TGS06 mod. Because why not? Which I think would be this one, right? And I even had attempts to try to get the spear recovery. I feel like a failure. No. Yeah, let's see what we've got in here. Does that look a bit different? Yeah, the arrows look a bit off. What the heck? What happened? So, okay, I've got the now loadingness. We got the light dashness. I don't have the stumble, that's a good thing. Got the gauge replenishment, which is, I don't know. It's a thing. I should probably just code it out with the lure mods, since that's technically not meant to be there. I have the jump dash, but how legit is the jump dash? That's okay. That is also okay. Yep, so that is the patch jump dash. Good. It still surprises me. I have to remind myself that, you know, these are all patches, you know. We still haven't gotten things like the light dash trick messages yet. This is still a retailer mod. This isn't a demo mod. It's amazing how much we've accomplished. Okay, I don't have the span, that's good. I don't have the flips, that's good. I don't have the single digit, that is good. I have the fancy trick messages, albeit it's not a gradient, but that's fine. Yeah, so right now, yeah, we've got rotation interpolation, that's great. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is pretty close. Okay. I wish we had footage of this demo, of Sonic's coverage of it. Like, yes, it is just a carbon copy of the Xbox Live Arcade demo, but you know what? The simple fact that we really haven't seen footage of Sonic's Kingdom Valley all the way up to the end, all the way to the goal ring, makes me question maybe otherwise. Maybe it was different to the Xbox Live Arcade demo, and the placement files we've received is different. So this is what I'm talking about when I mean quality. Because it's like, it looks fine here with this result logo, but somehow this same sprite in PR6 looks kind of meh in quality, and I'm not sure why that is. Like, yes, this is 2006 graphics compared to, what, 2019 Unity, but still, it just, I don't know, it looks different. I'm gonna have to compare it. Yeah, this is pretty good. It's pretty good. There's not really much, if not anything, I can do with Silver, because he pretty much has no patches. Doesn't have the levitate with objects held. Does have that fancy right trigger, but I mean that's more of a sprite thing, not a patch. I guess there is this, but I'm not really sure how this works. But apparently in the demo you were able to walk up the stairs before even summoning it, I guess, with your ESP. Yeah, I'm not really sure how that works at all, but looks like I've got the more accurate placement, although I gotta update that sometime. Because that door's working, but it's not working for other areas, which hopefully I've documented. Because there is surprisingly a lot of differences with the placement from what was left in the files compared to the actual footage from the convention. Which is what I mean when I say, in the same way that the patches could be inconsistently going on and off, it could actually be possible that the placement also did something like this. I don't know, it's pretty, like, patches is one thing, but like freaking placement, really? And I was thinking, well, okay, if not inconsistently going on and off, maybe it's like a console thing, maybe it's like a PS3 360 difference, but, you know, nah, both of those seem to be switching between placement pieces as well, so it's a real confusing mess, unfortunately. God, so weird to see rotation interpolation. Also, I just realized I should probably attend to a little something I achieved in the XCX a while ago. I found a way to make use of Sonic's live icon for other characters outside of Sonic. Yeah, just by modifying the XCX, which would be more ideal than relying on a sprite edit, even if it does sync up. But anyway. Yeah, this seems pretty good. I think I will open this with that. There we go. Because so far, it really just has been Shadow, the only one that's preventing it from really feeling like the actual real deal. Like, so... And the same could be said about both the jump dash and, yeah, the jump dash gravity, as well as its, like the amount you can do, the fact you can infinitely do it, as well as doing it out of an air state, which you can't do either a spear or jump dash currently. But, not for long. So, what's the deal with this? Okay, let's compare this again. I think that's it, right? Oh wait, no. That's right, I forgot about that. And now? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Cool. Alright. Yeah, it's not too complex. Alright, save. Demondo. And here we go. It is a bit saddening because it's like I have to remind myself just how much it is and isn't possible with the likes of Pier 6 and retail. You know, Pier 6 obviously merging TGSO6's recovery with retails is more than possible, while on the retail side I'm sure it is possible, it'd be a lot more difficult, you know, that's all. It's a shame, but mention item box vehicles, homage to Dragon Ball, adding a reason for vehicles to potentially exist in stages like Aquatic Base and Crisis City. Okay. Fair enough. There we go, it's a bit more like it. Kind of weird thing is that when and if we do eventually get the build, the real deal, the real build, yeah, damn, man, that's just, it's gonna be frightening how similar looking it's gonna be. Because, I mean, E3, you know, kind of a different story, because, you know, it's a much more ancient kind of a build, you know? Also, huh? What's going on here? Ooh, okay, so that probably, yeah, okay, that could change. That could change. Because there's the Chaos Smash. But it doesn't trigger after a homing recovery, which I believe is inaccurate. I may be wrong, but I remember double checking and I do remember that being wrong. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, you gotta at least appreciate that they were conscious enough to go, hey guys, this is kind of stupid. You know, we don't want to make a Knuckles broom here, so let's frickin' yeet this and make it go down, alright? It did work out in the end. But it almost didn't, you know, because this was, this time 15 years ago, you know, they were, you know, this was a thing. Shadow was in this state. and it's like, oh, okay, oh, all right. So you know, this could potentially make it all the way into the, you know, the final release. And yeah, E3, fine, because he wasn't actually in the demo. If we got access to that build and modded Shadow in and he behaved like that, fine, perfectly fine. You know, early days. You know, again, he wasn't planned for the demo. Prior to the demo and even after the demo, getting trailer clips, he still behaves like that, also fine, because it's not like anybody's going to play that. TGSR6 demo for people to publicly play? Now that is a different story. You know, because we're approaching the final release and you're giving people a chance to play Shatter the Hedgehog. And yeah, that's the results. Hey, look at me, I can bloody do this forever. You could argue that it was just, you know, they were trying to cater to people that were new to the game and they wanted to give an easy way to, you know, recover or whatever. But to that I just call nah. Nah. I mean, if that were true, that it wouldn't have behaved that way in all the trailer clips. Trying to reach the stupid collision. Invisible one at that. Okay, there it is. Okay, so it's been more to the left than I thought. Nah. Could you imagine if you could actually do this though? In the final? Like trick the code to thinking that it's got to use the dimmer as a means of coding or whatever. Why can't I get back up there? What the hell? You're a precise little pixel, aren't you? But I like that. I mean, even like with rotation and interpolation. There you go. Yeah, it does seem that rotation and interpolation does have something to do with it. I'd make a video on this, but I think everybody would just be like, but why? He's just overpowered now. What's fixed about that? I still think what a shame that, you know, this demo, or this you know, just the TGSR6 demo had the potential to be an all-out Kingdom Valley demo. You know, a demo dedicated to every single section of Kingdom Valley. But it left out the Mog Speed section, man. It actually makes me think, well, damn, why didn't they just pull an E3 and have Sonic go to the Mog Speed section, you know? I mean, that really would have completed the demo. In fact, that would have been a nice little bundle to release to the public, a full stage-length demo. Yeah, well, maybe that's what they wanted to do, but ran out of time for that as well. Either way, shad. But yeah, it won't be long now. I'm just gonna get better called? Let's see, TGS, Chaos Smash. Because yeah, I want to install this. Why do you gotta reset it all the way back to the top every time I open the damn thing? I mean, come on, really? So based on these results, it should confirm which one I specifically have installed. Okay, 42. Okay, now that's kind of concerning because the fact that it's not that makes me think that the terminology of TGS is inaccurate. For this one, is TGS accurate? I believe that is actually what's going on, because I do remember watching a video of the demo behaving like this patch. So, if I could just type the damn thing. 55. Okay, so I didn't uninstall the last one, but you know, if it works, right? No, not quite. Never mind, maybe, sir. So how come I can't... See, it's fine now. Yeah, what the heck? I can do it now. If I do it after a spear, it works. Out of a recovery, it works. But yeah, just general ground movement, forget it. No doubt the cause of the other one. So, okay. Yeah, alright, let's jump years. So 42 when it's supposed to be 55. Which means that this should be 55, yep. Go back to 42. And likewise here, I believe this should also say 55 when it should say 42. Let's double check skis, yep, cool. Save Demondo, and with that, should hopefully be a bit more accurate. Yep, that's more like it. Cool. Oh. At least now I've got both versions of the Chaos Smash, regardless which one's accurate or not. Now, I'd like to do a quick test. Chaos Smash, yep. Because I would like to experiment a little bit with, what is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's no different. The heck? So 72 versus. And again, it's a different location. Or is it? No, that's fine. Actually, no, I don't think that's where I want to be. Yeah, no, this is where I want to be. Okay. So, based on that, 7B and 1. The sucky thing is it's so far away when I was expecting it to be connected, but it's not. Damn it. Alright. So, okay, what I'll do then is we'll do some wee bit of replacements. 66, 70. But will it be enough to cause it to crash? Probably. I rest my case. I mean, not over 100, but still enough to be nasty. Enough to not launch. Okay. Alright, well, let's go a bit more. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, let's go here. Yeah, see if we can find some more 6E10s. Okay, that's quite the distance away. And there's none before, huh? Well, how about that? Pretty much. Sucky. I wonder what the deal is with the gravity. Because the demo seems to make use of a string, while the final doesn't. Bit questionable. Anyway, I'm gonna unplug the hard drive and we'll see how we're going for time. Shit. Fine. Get rid of it. Actually, I'm gonna have to close the video editor. There we go. In order to unplug it. Okay. Now what? Game Capture HD is still using it, huh? Not for long. Here we go. Now try. So, I believe this is, yeah, the latest one. It's technically more, what's older than the one that was released and known as 0.5. But, you know, it is the latest beta testing build that I got access to. And yeah, as you can see, it's not one I have completed. So I think this will be the last one then. Do this and then I'll wrap it up after that, because I am getting pretty freaking tired, I must admit. Quite the peculiar order of stages that I've left. But let's get the nastiness out the way. Oh, look at that. I even tried to get it out the way before. Oh. I think this is like one of the very rare times that I'm playing with the retail UI. You know, honestly, I do hope eventually we do get access to the demo equivalent of the main display from retail. Because, I mean, really, just in terms of the main display, it's as simple as moving it to the top left more. And I guess as far as the gauge goes, yeah, really, in all fairness, nothing really needs to change there. But if it were, it would just be those icons. But it would be kind of confusing how things like the trick messages would even work there, because I mean, really, with its current setup, it's mirroring that of a review build or a TGS06 build. Or perhaps I should say a Micromania Game Sure build. But the point is, because it's currently using that, how would that really work? It really depends how he wants to tackle it. I guess what he could do is he could have it so the retail HUD has a yellow gradient, you know, bringing back that retail look, and having TGS06, you know, you can really separate the trick messages gradient. So, yeah, I guess that could work. Because, I mean, I've already pointed out in the review, or in the Release 2 review anyway, that the only thing really needed now to complete the E3 UI is the, trick messages having the ability to either hide them or to, in the case of TGS06, having that as the option for TGS06 and having the ability to go back to a retail look, giving it that yellow gradient. Better or worse? Because I mean, really, it's so. It's just, it's more than possible. It's just putting in that time and effort, I guess, and I can totally understand why it hasn't been thus far. You know, just based on how minor a change it is. But I really do feel that now, especially, there's even more reason to do it, knowing that there is an alteration. Another version of the E3 UI. In the same way the TGS06 may display as another version of the retail UI. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that that doesn't really interrupt the state anymore. Just cancel you out of it. Should have waited for the gauge to replenish. Oh well. Yeah, I can like use the spears so freely now. It's so much better than what it used to be. It was like a risk, or you had no idea if you could spear out of a homing recovery and vice versa. There was just no telling whether you could trust it or not. Now I think you pretty much can trust it every time. Yeah, okay, so he really does stop now when you go up to an enemy with a bigger health bar. So, yeah, I think it has been tweaked for the enemies with health bars, which is good. But I don't know about the delay. Because I mean, look at that. He just flat out stops, and you can't cancel out of it. You can't press B or anything to break out of it early. Oh yeah, and there's also those funky physics I gotta watch out for. I don't like those funky physics. I'm not used to them yet. I feel like the spin dash was nerfed just a little bit. Because I swear in recent builds it wasn't that fast. Oh damn, I didn't realize how high my score was. Let's go. I don't even know why I was worried. Mm-hmm. I was wondering when the rumors of retail being an earlier build of her six. I mean, in all fairness, you can kind of see why people would think that, because I mean, they had so much accomplished, and yet none of all the big, changes and things to expect were in the final. Yes, they were unused, but they still weren't, there, when they needed to be. And it's like, but how the fuck does it, like, patches are one thing, but how the hell, well, like, what the fuck is the excuse for the geometry? How the hell did they go from the TGS06 demo to having some really fancy decoration on the staircase to not having that in the final? It's like, you can't... How? How do you... You have to intentionally remove that, There's no... I just can't see how they would have gone, yeah, no, that looks shit, get rid of that, we don't like that, It just... So in that respect, it just... Yeah, I can see, for those types of reasons, why... Including the patches, why it could be considered, a prototype. I mean, assuming that the review build that was dumped or half dumped was a real deal, you know, it could pass off as a review build, you know, in a lot of ways that for the one that was released. So again, in that respect, you can kind of see why people could consider it a prototype, because, yeah, again, assuming it is actually a real thing, it's not different. It really isn't. So I mean, yeah, it's understandable. I can see why people have, you know, come to that conclusion, but I think there was a time where even I was of that opinion before the patches were a thing. So I mean, if they were like permanently gone and the game couldn't be patched and all, you know, then we could talk, you know, potential different stories, you know. But you know, they are in the code, and I mean, well, everything is pretty much there unused. Even, you know, not just the chain jump flips and the change of speed and all that, but like even character gradients. I mean, really let that sink in for a second. We're talking character gradients. Like, we haven't even seen that. You know, the only form that has taken is in the form of Silver's gradient for the E3 main display. Which is why this shadow gradient was such a big deal to me for the longest time. Because it was something that had never officially been seen. So for that to, you know, be using the wrong gradient, it's just, yeah. It bugged me because we didn't have it. But yeah, I am glad that it is faithful. Just realised that that's the thing. For Shadow's placement. Using on the end of the reel, I see. Yeah, a questionable decision since, you know, the glide is still here. Like, I know the buggy was a bit, well, buggy in the first section because of just trash collision. So I'm sure that was the main reason it was removed. But I mean, the whole thing is questionable, though, in all fairness, with what has changed, why it has changed, and if it's the right thing to do in terms of being faithful as well as in terms of being better. Oh. See, here I can understand getting rid of the buggy. Because, I mean, really, like, what the fuck? Where are you gonna go? It's like... Actually. What, are you gonna jump off and land on that bloody road and, what, launch off the fucking taxi up to the next platform? Or what, like, launch off of there and magically land down here? Nah. It's just, yeah. It's all over the place. Such an underrated chain jump. And underused at that. Still amazes me how much people forget about the original when they go into this. You know, I was watching some playthroughs, and there's people out there that don't even remember that section with the tornado in the original. It's like, oh, look what Chaos did, man. It's like, yeah, it's pretty good compared to the original. It's like, yeah, no, but that tornado wasn't there before. It's like, yeah, no, that was there. It's like, nah, you serious? It's like, yeah. It's like, damn, you know, that's really where people are at with the original, huh? Like, yeah, sure, I know it's been, what, 14, 15 years, but, man. Like, if there was something good about the original, it's kind of getting to a point now where I wouldn't be too surprised if the credit goes to Chaos. Like that thing that I mentioned earlier with the Chaos boost, how that can affect, if you do a homing attack on a steel crate, how that can damage the steel crates. That's such an underused and unknown thing about the original, to the point that I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, someone was like, oh my god, you can never damage the steel crates, you know, in the original, but now you can do it in Pure 6. You know, I do expect those kinds of comments to be made, which I'm not really sure how I feel about it, you know. Alright, let's get Flame Core done next. So let's test this out. Yeah. Oh, okay. So if I do 2 spears, wait, what? I'm so confused on this. So spear, jump dash, spear, and then I can do it. But then it doesn't work after that. I mean, why not just give it to me for the entire spear thing? I mean, you're gonna run out on the next one anyway. Why does that happen when I just tap it once and it cancels the spin dash pretty much immediately? I mean, thankfully it doesn't happen too often, but when it happens, oh, it really happens. See, this seems to be fine, spearing after a recovery. What the? Yeah! Oh, yeah! Hello, hello, hello. What's up, kiddies? Ah, shit. Whoa, okay, calm down. Okay, see, that's why I don't like this camera. No, I'm kidding. But admittedly, I'm not really that big on this camera, mainly because I can't tilt it up or down, as well as we don't have an option to disable it. I mean, I like the idea of having a more expanded camera for all the enemies surrounding you, but at the expense of not being able to tilt it up or down, and not being able to, you know, disable it. See, there we go, again with the spin dash, I tapped it once, and it betrayed me. Like that. Yeah, it's definitely a much better snap. Just wish the oriented states were a bit better, that's all. I mean, I'm still unsure mainly about the stop that he does on the bigger health enemies like Sir. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's not growing on me so far. I mean, it is a new edition, and I guess the main thing is if it doesn't cause the stupid spam out thing that would lead to a bottomless pit death, then maybe it'll grow me. We'll see. See, especially when I get to wave version. Actually, can I just do that? Yeah, okay. I wonder, because, I mean, you know, a later build than this is out. So I do wonder if that camera glitch happens now. It wouldn't surprise me if it can. Because I don't believe that was pointed out in the beta testing chat. Oh, look at that, I can break out of this. So amazing. there in all fairness. Does he still lose rings? He does. Because there was a time where he wouldn't lose rings if in Chaos Boost form, if you landed on the lava. It's a shame because I actually did like that a lot, but oh well. No ski. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get lost. There we go. See what happened? See that there? That didn't go into the oriented state, and that is what concerns me, because it should have. It definitely should have. It's like I want to trust it, but I mean, that didn't cost me, but you know, had it been over a bottomless pit, it may have. See, where my rings go? They're just bouncing forever's. Oh, look at that. It's like they want me to try to get him, only to get sniped from above. How generous. Yeah, for a second I thought that was 1,000. Hey, that was close, ski. So, only 3 more, right? Yeah. Cool. Cool beans. I see. Interesting. Yeah, and it's just you almost need to have a buggy that's going to be able to almost clip through the collision. Oh, hello. That's a very interesting thought. What if we applied the Demer's weak collision to the buggy? Because I was going to say you'd almost need the equivalent of something that could almost start to sort of slip into the collision but can easily slip out, which really sums up the Demer's weak collision quite well. Quite well. Because you don't want it to fight the collision, you want it to be able to embrace it and kind of smoothly go in and out of it, you know, to really just, again, you don't want it to fight it. because you need to quite literally ride the buildings and ride the terrain. Because it's so easy for both the final and PR6 for both buggies to fight the collision. Yeah, well, I mean, pretty much every stage could have a collision fix, but yeah, it's just the vehicles specifically, the way they interact with it could be better. I've kind of, I don't know if it could be considered a good idea, but for this vehicle thing, I was wondering, what if, like, for an explanation on, like, why vehicles appear in a bad future or in the past 10 years ago, it's like, why is that? I was thinking, well, what if we like pulled a Dragon Ball with the item capsules, just throwing yourself a vehicle, because that way it's like it's not just a vehicle there waiting for you. You know what I mean? You're the one who's summoning it, and you choose to summon it by throwing it to spawn whichever vehicle you want. Or if you must, you have no choice but to spawn whatever it is. In Crisis City's case, the buggy. That's right. I told him to maybe change this because that wasn't dead set on the ground. It's amazing how much they messed that up. No! Well, so you see this laser effect going on here? It's almost like, yeah, the train's kind of trying to shut it off. It's a little something I decided to pitch. Although it wasn't exactly the same, but it was basically, what if the lasers started to show signs that they were being shut off, to give like a bit of a visual. Woo! See, that's cool. But then again, I am in level 2 state. Whew. And he does kind of walk on a bit faster. Huh. Alright. Is that gonna cut it there? I do like how with this, you don't have to be like dead set on the left or right. You can pretty much hit the train wherever, and it's gonna deal damage. And it's a greatly appreciated change. Oh, that's right. And there's this cutscene. Yeah, that wasn't in the build that I played when I was on like the last one, so that was like super last minute added in. So, how about that? Glad that those stars were used to specify what you've got a new record on. It's yeah, very nice detail, and I know that the original was planning on doing that. Just a shame it didn't go anywhere. See, that's the interesting thing, because he kind of has done that. He has slightly modified the original to get rid of certain surfaces so they won't conflict with Unity translating it. You know, best areas I can think of are Section 1 in Kingdom Valley. There was like a part on one of the bridges where, yeah, you'd be like running around, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're still running, but you're not going anywhere. And I mean, that would happen in some other sections of Kingdom Valley as well. I don't know if the other sections are fixed, but the point is, he can modify the original if he wants to, if he really wants to put in the time. But it doesn't do it very often. Why is that one always impossible to reach? Oh, did he remove more of those surrounding enemies? Because, like, that was... that's weird. Cairn! Ah, that was a voice. Whatever. Such a badass transition. But you know something, though. Remember, he goes through a warp hole to get to the Kingdom Valley Mirror. And if you guys don't already know, you were meant to get on the glider to, and instead of hitting the warp hole, yeah, you're meant to get in the glider to glide all the way over to the Kingdom Valley Mirror. So that really does make me wonder, conversely, was at one point the glider meant to be used, and that was where you were meant to pick it up? Were you meant to glide all the way from that door to all the way to the end of that section in the glider? Because, I mean, damn. In which case, that'd be big. yeah, no, we do have the S rank now. Let's go. Piece of cake, no sweat. There we go. Yeet. Dope. Really questionable thing to me. I still ask myself is just why of all the stages, why did he have to put it in Dusty Desert? Yeah, see what I mean? They still don't wake up when I give damage. It's like I just find that so... Like, bruh, I'm attacking you, man. What is wrong with you, man? What the? You see, like that? You know, just get up, man. And there was this little thing that I suggested with having as the leader or leaders, or if you take down the egg stinger and this white one, just takes them all down. Which I don't know, it's a bit minor, but it's like, yeah, why not? Throw it out there in case. Especially since recently a lot of leaders have been implemented. There was one in Kingdom Valley's second section for Shadow, where if you take down one of the egg stingers, a bunch of egg gunners behind him all fall. There's one in Tales Way version where, to be faithful to the original, the invisible leader or leaders, taking either one out takes the other out. And heck, there was, like, even the Xbox Live Arcade's take on Kingdom Valley, the invisible enemy there took down the rest of the crab enemies surrounding, which wasn't a thing for a while, which now is more accurate, more faithful, thankfully. Yeah, a lot has been done just with the even leaders, you know, and that's pretty impressive. Where is this son of a gun? Huh? Oh, right, duh. What are you trying to do? Lose your rings? I mean, I know you haven't got much, but still. Eek. Alright. Cool. I thought the motorcycle was trying to But see, that's why I feel that like if there was like this like new mechanic where you could like throw a capsule that would spawn a vehicle, it's not like, oh, the vehicle's just there waiting for you. It's like, no, you decide when and if you want to use a vehicle. Because you have that capsule, you know, because you're that agent. This is like 4.4. It's basically the beta testing build for 4.5. So I was right, it was like a new addition, like a super late, last minute add-in. Yeah, definitely. Also, huh? What? No! You didn't give me the stupid message, what? Or did I already get it and I'm just stupid? That's good. It did. Yeah. I mean, I'll jump in case. Actually, no. So that means I have to do this stupid thing. Stop. I just want to know if I've already got it. Actually, maybe yeah, I'm just trying to think. Did I just K the keyboard? Although that should technically not work anymore, right? Because that was kind of a mistake before, so naturally it should have been removed. No, I do not have it. You don't mean to tell me it was removed. No. So, wait, what happened then? I didn't... I do have 19, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. What? Maybe it just wasn't done for this build? I mean, it is a beta testing build for a reason, but I do have all the gems, so yeah, that's okay. I'm curious now. Let's press a bit of K in case. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem to have done anything. Which is good, because, you know, it's a debug command for a reason. Shouldn't be there. As this was approaching the next release. The update, I should say. Okay. Did pretty good, though. Yeah, pretty much got through most of the builds that I started but didn't fully finish. So I guess if I do return to do more builds, it'll be more of like a full playthrough, since I'll be you know, yeah, covering everything. Because all the other builds I pretty much haven't touched a thing, so but yeah, that's gonna wrap it up for today, people. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I would have streamed longer, but it's just, yeah, I'm very tired. So yeah, I don't know when I'll return. I would like to go on with some more bang for your buck, because yeah, that crashed the last time, so I would like to do a comeback and actually finish it. But till then, thanks again, guys, and have a good one. And till next time, I'm out for now. Peace.